Council meeting. We acknowledge you're on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. One moment, please. Some members of City Administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and I'll remind you to please keep your video off and your microphone off, but if you wish to speak or when you're advised from executive to speak, enable your microphone and your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Some delegations will be attending the meeting today through both teleconferencing as well as in person to address council on various items on the agenda. I do want to make a special announcement here as a call out to my council colleagues and to administration as well as the public. For the month of June, Regina has partnered with Canadian Blood Services to fill 1,900 blood donation appointments at the Canadian Blood Services Regina Donor Centre. And Regina and Saskatoon have challenged one another to see who can fill all 1,900 first. I'm going to suggest that we will do it. We should do it first. On behalf of my council colleagues in the city, we encourage our community to support the Regina Donor Centre. Folks, they're in dire need, so if you can make an appointment and go show up, that would be most appreciated and most welcome. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustment? We are withdrawing delegations DE 22-86 Stu Niebergall from the Regina and Area Home Builders Association and DE 22-87, Catherine Donovan, Get the Lead Out Regina, and will receive and file their written submissions as communication items CP 22-37 and CP 22-38. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Councillor Shaw, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the May 18th, 2022 City of Regina Council meeting? Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Zakidniak, thank you. Any errors or omissions, Council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. First up, folks, we have a delegation. Julie Derby. Thank you. I would like to call upon delegation Julie Derby. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can, ma'am. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Masters and members of Regina Council for the opportunity to speak once again. My name is Julie Derby, and you may recall that I presented on April 20th, along with Dave Sinclair, on behalf of 29 additional residents that provided written submissions to City Council. We thank City Administration for their quick work preparing the supplementary report and for meeting with us on May 26th. I would like to address some issues regarding the report. Number one, the setback. We are pleased that administration has acknowledged that the property lines in West Hill are closer to the road than property lines in Normanview. Page 3 refers. There appears to be discrepancies between measurements reported in the body of the report and those labeled on Appendix A. According to the actual measurements, the property lines in West Hill and Edgewater are 9.1 meters or 30 feet closer to the road. We ask that the road be moved to a minimum of 9.1 meters or 30 feet to provide consistent setback. Noise attenuation. A group of us met with Evan Hunchak and Trevor Williamson with Dream Corporation. They informed us that Dream Corporation will build a berm, fencing, and landscaping on the north side of 9th Avenue North to mitigate noise from 9th Avenue onto Coopertown. There needs to be enough space to construct the same effective noise attenuation measures on the south side of 9th Avenue North to mitigate the same noise on West Hill and Edgewater. In fact, it may be, maybe some consideration could be put to have Dream Corporation build both sides at the same time. Number 3, right-of-way. On April 20th, Council was informed that the right-of-way for the 9th Avenue North corridor was 110 meters. Appendix A in the supplement report shows the width of the right-of-way by West Hill at 96.7 meters. That is a difference of over 13 meters or 43 feet. This takes us back to our original concerns, whether there is enough room in the existing right-of-way to effectively twin 9th Avenue North and mitigate the negative impacts on Coopertown, West Hill, and Edgewater. So our question remains, does the Coopertown Phase 1 plan need to be amended to increase the right-of-way? Speed limit. When 9th Avenue North is eventually twinned, administration indicates that the speed limit is expected to increase from 70 kilometers an hour. Page 4 refers. For comparison, the speed limit remains 70 kilometers per hour on the twinned Arcola Avenue East. On the twin Arcola Avenue East Road, we ask that the speed limit not exceed 70 kilometers an hour even when 9th Avenue North is twinned. In closing, we're not opposed to the development of Coopertown Phase 1. We just want to ensure that 9th Avenue North is designed for maximum setback, noise attenuation, and above all, safety. We welcome future consultation with the administration and City Council. Thank you once again for your time.
Thanks very much, Ms. Derby. I do have a member of council with a question for you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing, and through the chair. During the meeting, you referenced it was suggested that a tool in the terms of an undertaking would be used with administration to try to capture the requests of residents along with the intent to future design the roadway from administration. Just in reviewing the conversation, I wondered if that was still acceptable and if you thought that was a good solution for what's been discussed.
Thank you. I guess I say through the chair. It's not really acceptable because that's too long of a time, and this road is really too unsafe. Something needs to be done sooner. Whether we begin even by reducing the speed limit on this stretch of road, I don't think it should wait. That's from what I see from my back deck, this shouldn't be waiting. There's a safety issue here, and I just don't want to eventually see it turned into a liability issue. Thank you.
Understand. Just a follow-up question through the chair. As part of the meeting, it was referenced that there's a safety study to do on Ring Road in the 2022 calendar year. As part of the comments you just made, 9th Avenue North in this region was to be added to that safety study, as well as an intention to implement any of the safety recommendations that might be uncovered through the safety study. In terms of current safety, to answer what you're fearing, do you think that's an acceptable step forward to get a more imminent solution to some of the things you referenced in coalition with the undertaking for design that will happen later on, as a follow-up through the chair?
Thank you. And again, through the chair, I think that it is obviously it's a step in the right direction. I would like for us as citizens that live there be able to meet with this safety study group, because a lot of times what we see is not reported. So a car heading towards our fence into the ditch, yellow road markers being struck and thrown off of the road towards our fence, those don't get reported. So if we can, meet with the group, cyclists being run off the road, there's no signage telling people not to ride their bicycles on that road. Just different things like that. We need to address this right away. And if it's through this committee, if we could meet with them, that would be great.
Just as a follow-up, I think that is the intent. If I may be so bold, it is, I'll ask administration, this isn't a question, I'm misusing the meeting. That's all the questions I have, Julie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further questions from council this afternoon, so I'll thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Derby, and ask that you please exit.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Evan Hunchak. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to present today at City Council. My name is Evan Hunchuk. I'm the General Manager at Dream in Regina here, and I reside in Regina. I represent the developer of the Coopertown community, and I do not have a presentation today, but I thought I would make myself available if you had any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do any members of council have any questions for Mr. Hunchuk? There we go. Councillor Stevens.
Great. Thank you. Through the chair. Evan, I was wondering if you could comment on your commitment to indigenizing space and place names in Coopertown from a high level. The concept that you provided us didn't really reflect that despite the city's own naming rules. Could you elaborate on how you will represent Indigenous naming in this new concept plan?
Sure. Thank you for that question. Through the chair, the city has policy that would require minimum 25% of street names and 50% of parks to be named after Indigenous naming. We would go well above that with our previous concept plan for Harbour West. I think we were probably closer to 70 or 80% of the street names. And we would try to do the same within the Coopertown area. Obviously, the concept plan that's been referred to and the street names on that plan aren't accurate. It was prior to that naming policy coming into effect. Certain names of the streets like Rink Avenue or Dalgleish or Silverleaf, they're already named, so they would have to remain, or Fairway Road, sorry. But we would be trying to maximize as many of the other remaining names to be Indigenous along some sort of theme that we would come up with. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Through the chair, Dream has some pretty impressive commitments, mostly outside of Regina, to environmental sustainability and how you plan neighborhoods, and actually some of the infrastructure committing to environmental sustainability. I don't see that clearly bolted into this concept plan. So can you comment on how Dream proposes to align this development with our own sustainability goals and how projects elsewhere in Canada might inform this going forward?
Sure, thank you for that question. Through the chair, the concept plan, if you were to look at it, would have more than 80% of the blocks oriented east-west, just to maximize lot orientations for solar collection. And so within our development controls in Eastbrook as well as Coopertown, we would be advocating with the builders to have a dedicated 40 amp circuit for electric vehicles at the rear parking or front. We're doing this right now, conduit between the lane and the home so that the lane garage can have solar panels mounted on it, a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. Along those lines, we have a 200 amp electrical service that would be provided to each property just to allow for future electrical requirements. Right now, we're just starting to work on our impact strategy. That Dream has our own impact policy, very similar to the city's, and a lot of the terminology is the same. So we're just in the process to coordinate the two there just to speak the same language, but we would be looking at trying to adopt some net zero energy homes in the first phase of the community as well. Beyond that, naturalization, working with Ducks Unlimited Native Plant Solutions out of Manitoba. We have successfully established the native plantings in Eastbrook in the creek system, so we would try to do the same around the perimeter of Coopertown through the pipelines, the creek system, and that would be using 40 or 50 different native grasses and sedges and wetland species that that you would plant on purpose that are found within our environment. And just back to your original question, try to work with some First Nations groups about implementing some of their history and that into the space as well. So beyond that, it's just a lot of the standard neighborhood practices of accommodating bike lanes and transit corridors where you'd have higher populations and trying to meet or exceed the 1 tree per person target within the OCP. So that's, I guess, just a quick summary of some of the items that we're trying to do there.
Thank you. Through the chair, part of this concept plan includes alley access overlay, and apologize if I'm getting the terminology incorrect. I've opposed this in the past because it's mostly parking lot with a house in the middle, but I understand there's something different here. Can you comment on the housing type that is incorporated into this design?
Yeah, thanks for the question again, Councillor Stevens. Through the chair, we do have few homes, I think it's approximately 20 that would front MR1, Municipal Reserve 1. So they don't have a street in the front. They front the park. It makes the park more inclusive and just keeps more eyes on the park, which would be like SEPTED principles to improve the safety and security, but also make the community feel more neighborly, where you would know the first name of everybody on your block and have better chances to meet. But their access is provided off the lane for vehicles, and it would be a wider lane, 10 meters in width. So we do have that in the concept plan. And to your other question, we do have some front access overlay, allows for front drive where some of the lanes are present. But we're always cognizant to, it's a bit of a happy medium. We don't like to see areas with less than 3.5 parking stalls per home. So we are meeting or exceeding that, even with that front access overlay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Finally, through the chair, can you comment on, at the high level, this concept plan's commitment to active modes of transportation, and how perhaps you're meeting or exceeding what the city has put on the table as a requirement? I'm thinking of pedestrian pathways, sidewalks, dedicated bike lanes, as well as transit accessibility as this builds out.
Sure, I'll try and answer that. Thank you for the question again. Through the chair, so on the east side of Courtney Street, there's already a, I might get the terminology wrong, but multimodal type pathway allowing for cyclists and pedestrians. We would be tying into that that exists, as well as continuing to construct that on the north side of 9th Avenue North for the existing residents of West Hill and Edgewater and Fairways West. Ultimately, this will connect to the Trans-Canada Trail system as Coopertown develops over the future. But then through the Coopertown neighborhood, we have 2 pipeline corridors as well, similar to Harbor Landing. So those would have pathways and be landscaped. We would have a creek system, again, similar to Eastbrook or Harbor Landing, that would have paths on both sides of the creek system that would tie into Wascana Creek. And then through the community itself, we have on-street bike lanes located on Rink Avenue, Silverleaf Boulevard, I believe, in our area. There'd be sidewalks on both sides of the street on all streets, and to transit, again, just to make it as effective as possible, as early on as possible, I guess, maybe what I'm trying to say. The transit corridors would be, primarily on collectors and arterials. That's where we have the highest forms of density. So I believe in the plan we have around 55 people per hectare. A lot of that density is focused on those corridors, so that as they're built in the very first phases in the first years, you are able to support transit very early on as a city because there's sufficient population to allow for that. So,
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I see no other questions from council, but Mr. Hunchak, I do have a question. If I understand correctly, since this was last presented or before council prior to being tabled, you had a meeting with administration and members of the community south of 9th Avenue North?
Yeah, through the chair, yes. Thank you for that question, Mayor Masters. We did. We met with the city several times. I spoke with a few city councillors, with the existing residents. I think there may still be a little bit of confusion, even from the last delegation that spoke. At the previous meeting, I had indicated that the right-of-way would be 110 meters wide. I was incorrect in that statement. It's actually 104.2 meters. So I guess just under 5.8 meters short of what I had said. The plan that the former delegate was speaking to, that Appendix A, that is labeled, that labels the right-of-way to be 96.7 meters. There's additional buffer space that isn't identified on that plan. So that's where the berm would go, the fence, the landscaping, the pathway system. It's an additional 8 meters. So once 7.5, I guess to be precise, once you add that, you end up with 104.2 meters, not 96.7. And beyond, identifying the timing for when 9th Avenue could be expanded, It is in the SAF model. It is an approved project to increase the cross-section from a 2 to 4 lane cross-section. That's going to be approximately done in the next 6 to 8 years, but it could come earlier with population growth. City admin does note in the report that the road can shift further north. That is a possibility. It will increase the cost a bit, but it is in the SAF model, so that just increases the project cost. Whether a berm and fence is included on the south side, that's a possibility too within that SAF project. You know, I think it would be more fair that that would be an SAF funded project that the developers pay into versus something that would be external to the community itself. So I think a lot of great feedback from the existing residents, and I know they had concerns with the topsoil pile that we had on the north side of 9th Avenue North that creates a bit of echoing from traffic. So we had made them a promise as well that we're going to try and remove that in its entirety in the first year or two as quick as we can. That excess material would be used to create the berms and fencing along the perimeter of Coopertown in the first year or two, and then that pile should be removed. So I think that was most of the concerns that we had heard, and just wanted to address those.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. I see no further questions, so thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you all.
Council, we're going to consider item IR 22-2, the supplemental report for zoning bylaw amendment, Coopertown Phase 1. This is a supplemental report that was requested previously, tabled from April 20th. This is a receive and file report. It was intended to provide additional information. I will be asking for a motion to receive and file, but we'll open it up if there's any discussion or questions of administration that council may have with regards. Do you want to move a motion on that? Gesture to you. Councillor Mancinelli, and I'll just ask for a seconder right up front. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. And then I'll open up the floor for you, Councillor Mancinelli, and you can go ahead and ask questions.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, in referencing Julie Derby's, the delegate Julie Derby, she had some questions about the safety of this area. In the meeting with administration, there was a couple commitments made. I was wondering if I just get a comment on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Councillor Mancinelli has indicated, we did meet with 4 of the residents from that area. Explained that currently there is a safety audit being done of Ring Road. We've expanded that to include 9th Avenue North, the section of road that the residents in this area are concerned about. And also there is, as council will be aware, there's a noise attenuation project that will be coming back to council in 2024. The commitment made to the residents is once we receive the safety audit and our internal team does the review, we will then have a look at some short-term plans if there are short-term items that we can implement reasonably quick. And we will have a discussion with the residents to make sure they are aware of what these are. There's a couple of T intersections. They're concerned about the safety around there. Speed on that roadway, turning lane going on to fairways, eastbound on that roadway. So there are a number of concerns that were brought forward. We had a very good discussion and fully understand what those concerns are. So we will come back to that group and share the changes that we'll be able to implement short term.
Not to beleaguer a point, could I just have a little bit of clarification in reference of short term? Is that 3 years, 3 months?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we believe there will be some of the changes that can be made possibly by the end of the year this year, and some that would be made in 2023.
Thank you. Just to reference a second outcome from the meeting, Mr. Onright spoke of, being that design on this roadway isn't going to be undertaken for some time, it was decided that an undertaking would be a good way to capture the commitments made and the intent on how to design this roadway in reference to the residents' questions and observations. In line with that, I think it would be safe to say that there's going to be an attempt to try to design the roadway as far away from residents as possible, to try to move towards closing the center median up as much as safely possible as they go to a 4-lane roadway, as well as the traffic movements, taking into consideration things like noise attenuation and safety, as well as taking in resident feedback when it finally comes to the point of design. And I think that was addressed by referencing the undertaking and each one of the administrations agreeing. So I think that's well defined. And that's all my comments. So thank you very much. And thank you to the residents for having the input and taking the time to be patient.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. What we have on the floor, folks, is a receive and file on IR 22-2. I see no further questions. Can we call the vote on the receive and file? Remember how you said I should log in? Remember that time? Thanks.
I don't think we have Councillor Hawkins though.
Councillor Hawkins, did you see a vote come up?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Okay, thanks. Moving on, Council, we will now consider item CR, the main motion, CR 22-45, zoning bylaw amendment, Coopertown Phase 1. I am going to ask you to bear with me for a second as this motion had been tabled. And so originally, Councillor Findura had moved the motion and Councillor Mancinelli had seconded. The tabling motion was moved by Councillor Mancinelli and seconded by Councillor Hawkins. So in technical terms, according to the clerk, Councillor Mancinelli, you are on the floor relative to now back again for the main motion, if you had anything further you wish to speak to.
You know what? Everything I needed was probably covered by the last report, but I only have one comment left to make, and it's in regards to public feedback. A lot of residents took the time to give a little bit of feedback in terms of this matter, and some of the feedback didn't totally align with the subject at hand. Residents aren't always experts in planning, so I would just request that even if feedback's received in the future that might not be pertinent directly to the matter being debated, maybe some type of alert or messaging to make people aware that other people had given feedback would be a good measure in the future, just so people know they were heard. My only comments, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. I wasn't in support of Coopertown going ahead initially simply because my understanding is we need to plan the neighborhoods and populate the neighborhoods we have rather than building new, but that went ahead and here we are. I'm hopeful we can make the best of it from a sustainability standpoint. So I'm looking for a response from administration to the developer's commitment to advancing some of our objectives in the sustainability framework. Some of those points are identified in the report. We've talked about net zero homes. We've talked about electrical systems that accommodate EVs. Can administration comment on your commitment to ensuring that this new development aligns with our framework, that we're planning for sustainability, and to ensure that the commitments that we've just heard from the developer are kept and perhaps set to a new standard that we graft on other developments?
Ms. Bryden, is that yours?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll refer that to Ms. Dawson.
Oh, just can't see her.
Here.
Ms. Dawson, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So we hear the comments and we're working through with the Energy and Sustainability Framework team and trying to understand what changes and how the changes will be incorporated into future decisions. As of right now, we have the regulations in place, and we certainly take the opportunity to encourage developers and builders to extend to net zero and to do sustainable builds and sustainable developments. And we're always looking at future options on how to incorporate those into regulatory requirements.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll push that a bit further. As planners, can you comment what you think are the top 3 priorities that should be bolted into this community from a planning perspective, given that we have a framework and we've heard from the developer who's capable of doing this work? And yes, I am looking for specifics.
Through Mayor Masters, I'm gonna let Mr. Mario take a shot at this one.
Through Mayor Masters, I guess off the top of my head, I would say that the primary strength of this concept plan is that it's planned to maximize solar orientation of residential development, so that's pretty clear. I think it's highly permeable, so you'll get a lot of mobility out of this plan. You'll have a lot of options for getting around. It's going to be well serviced by transit. Lots of opportunities for recreational cycling and mobility as well. And I think the third thing is that there's a lot of opportunity for planting of trees and incorporation of a lot of sustainability elements within the open spaces. So off the top of my head, I think those are probably the top 3.
Okay, thank you. From a parks and recreation maintenance standpoint, the developer is committed to naturalization. How do you plan on maintaining that? How does this align with our own objectives in an upcoming Parks Master Plan? Maybe expand on that element of the developer's comments.
Ms. Dawson. Ms. Dawson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we're currently working on some of those master plans and conversations, and we can certainly take that away and return back once that information is brought before council.
Okay, thank you. Active modes of transportation, we heard about pathways, bike lanes. Are we going to see dedicated bike lanes throughout this concept plan? I'm not talking about the fluffy painted lines. Those really aren't that effective. I'm talking about real bike lanes. Or is this something that's going to be done on the pathway system that's built in the neighborhood?
Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Mayor Masters, right now the application before you is for rezoning, and we don't have detailed information on the servicing infrastructure and the subdivision, and that will come at that time. Through conversations with the developer, we can certainly encourage that, and we can take that away with Dream and see what's possible from their end. But ultimately, there's construction and design standards that we follow throughout the city, and they would need to build to those standards.
Okay, thank you. I guess as an undertaking, I would hope that you would actually encourage and work with the developer to meet those and exceed those standards, given the commitments we've made both in transportation master plans as well as the environmental sustainability framework. Finally, the overarching concept plan itself includes the construction of a new lift station. My understanding is there's a joint financing agreement with both Dream and the city. If I'm incorrect, please clarify, but can you talk about the lift station, the actual benefit for the city as a whole for us greenlighting this development?
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. Again, the application before us is for rezoning the lands. We don't have information on the servicing, and we don't have an application before us in terms of what that arrangement will look like for the Coopertown lift station. I know that there have been conversations, but nothing has been formally submitted to us, or we don't have any further information, so I would not comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you, Ms. Dawson, for the... I'll turn it off now. I see no further questions from council on the matter. Councillor Fundura, I believe that means you can close off debate if you like.
I'm good with it, thank you.
All right, great, Councillor Fundura. Okay. Clerk, I'll have you call the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. I'd like to call upon Delegation Dr. Carl Charland to please come forward. And Council, this is CR 22-64, ISIP funding. Does not matter, sir. I'll ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Carl Charland, and I'm speaking as a homeowner, not only for myself, but as a member of Bike Regina and as also members of the Justice and Peace Ministry team of Our Savior's Lutheran Church. We were very pleased to see the council pass the sustainability framework. It promises drastic transit improvements that would lead us toward net zero in our greenhouse gas emissions in Regina. You might have heard the joke about the guy who was having a great day and then he woke up. Well, last week we were having a pretty good day until we were sort of shocked awake. We learned that the Executive Committee of Council was in favor of spending over $100 million federal dollars, not for substantially improving our transit system, as the money from the federal government was intended for, but for other projects. Our understanding is this federal money is earmarked for transit infrastructure in our city. We need our city council to stay focused on transit infrastructure and the larger net zero target goal. We urge you to keep the promise of energy and sustainability framework and the promises therein. Spend the transit funds on transit and only on transit. Here's a concrete action you can take. You can address one of the key areas of the sustainability framework, transit. Spending over $100 million on transit can be a significant step toward net zero. To us, net zero means that our goal is to get the carbon and methane greenhouse gas emissions that we create as a result of our lifestyles, especially in this case from transportation, into balance with the planet's ability to absorb those emissions. Those emissions have placed us in the current climate crisis. I'd like to quote Canadian banker, economist, and former governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, who says you're not going to have financial stability, i.e., that is an economy, a life, if you don't have a livable planet to live on. That is something the financial markets, he says, are increasingly focused on. We need to get to a goal of net zero, he says. This is the law of the land in the UK and has been passed by Parliament in Canada. Over 120 countries of the world have signed on to get us to net zero. This has moved, he says, from an issue in the top 10 to being the top issue of our day. That's the big picture globally. Here's a smaller local picture. This weekend, 2 taxpayers in Regina, homeowners, are giving a presentation called Bringing Our Homes into a Net Zero Future, which will illustrate opportunities and challenges for deep energy retrofit. Now, it's a well-known fact that Saskatchewan has the dubious distinction of having the highest per capita carbon footprint of any province in Canada. This is largely due to energy and transportation. With the infrastructure dollars now available to us for transit, we can change that dubious distinction. We need the City Council to act and move us forward and lead us. We know and we have confidence and faith that you will do the right thing in recommending that we move toward this common goal in our sustainability framework, toward net zero. Every decision you make either moves us closer to the goal of net zero and a sustainable future, or it moves us away from the goal and closer to the climate emergency effects that are occurring as we speak, even if they don't feel like they're knocking on our door. To use a football metaphor, your decision is like moving the ball forward to the goal line and not allowing the ball to be moved away from the goal. We urge you to move the ball toward the goal. Use this unprecedented opportunity. The federal government offers us millions through investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. It does its part to encourage systemic change in how we move around our city. Our city sustainability framework promises to quintuple transit use by 2025. But this can only happen if you, our City Council, keeps your eye on the ball and the goal. We have to invest every penny possible in transit. The fossil fuel era is ending, as Mark Carney implies. Keep your sustainability promises and spend transit funds on transit and only transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charland. I have questions coming from council. Councillor Mole.
Thank you
Councillor LeBlanc.
for coming, Dr. Cherlin. Page 4 of the report suggests that if the pool funding isn't approved, that we would put that funding into 3 things. The first is wastewater capacity upgrades. Second is renewable Regina facility upgrades. And then the third is transit. I just want to clarify, are you okay with splitting the money in those 3 ways toward climate adaptation and mitigation, or would you like the entirety of the money put into transit?
As I've tried to clearly state in my little presentation that I tried to get under 5 minutes, by the way, speaking too quickly. No, it's transit funds for transit. I mean, I have no problems with a brand new swimming pool. Great thing. Did it with wastewater. I did a presentation here years ago regarding wastewater. Well, we lost that one to EPCOR so they can make their profits. But this is for transit and only transit, because how we move around our city is absolutely vital. And the more impressive program we have, like many European cities that are truly deeply into the 21st century, as we are being dragged into it in many respects, kicking and screaming. It's all for transit. That's what I'm saying. And sure, put it on the agenda to have a new Lawson equivalent into the 21st century. Great. Wastewater, absolutely. But this is for infrastructure, for transit, getting us around the city and diminishing our automotive high carbon use.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. No questions, Councillor Stanichuk? I see no further questions, sir. Well, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you.
Ask you to return to the gallery. Council, I will remind you that we did receive and file at the opening of the agenda the document from Kathleen Donovan in terms of get the lead out relative to the ISIP funding. So now we'll consider CR 22-64, City of Regina Projects Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you. So the reason for this report is that we received a request from the Government of Saskatchewan to provide a list of projects to expend the remaining funds under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program as quickly as by the end of the month. And so we had a discussion at executive, but actually this report came on the agenda for executive the day before. So I think what we essentially agreed upon is having a more potentially substantive discussion today. Yeah, this is just a recommendation for how administration would suggest that we expend those remaining funds.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Can we have a seconder on the motion on the floor? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Lacey, I'm going to ask that you please speak to the report.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So this report is about leveraging the the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program to leverage provincial and federal funds to develop and maintain our infrastructure. And as Councillor Zakidniak has stated, the province has asked through the federal government for us to provide a list of projects for remaining unallocated funding of $128 million, and where we would like to direct that money towards priority projects. Of that $128 million under the ICIP program, approximately 40% would be funded by the federal government, 33.3% by the province, and the remaining 26.7% would be funded by the city. Administration is recommending that the remaining allocation of funds of $128 million be allocated towards an indoor aquatic facility for residents, which is a top priority for the city and a top priority in our recreation master plan, which has been approved by council. An indoor aquatics facility will respond to city's population growth, aging infrastructure, and the public's desire for a year-round accessible aquatic programming. I know there has been comment that the city's allocation of funding is coming out of the public transit stream. So I would just like to speak to that a little bit. When the federal government provided funding overall to the province of Saskatchewan, and it was provided to the province of Saskatchewan, it was provided in primarily three streams: a transit stream, a green stream or environmental stream, and a community recreational stream. Because of the nature of the funding pools in which it was provided to the province decided to allocate specific dollars to the city of Regina and the city of Saskatoon, and they allocated the transit pool, the majority of the transit pool funding to those two cities. However, recognizing the size of that pool, the province and the federal government reached agreement as well that those funds could also be used, transit funds could be used for green stream projects if the city agreed that those funds could be allocated there. And as well, while there's not an agreement in place, there has been discussions from time to time between the province and the federal government about possible allocation to projects from the transit stream to community/recreational projects. That's why, at the end of the day, we as administration are making a recommendation that first off, we seek that the remaining funds be used toward a recreational project, that being the indoor aquatics facility. However, recognizing that requires agreement of both the province and the federal government. Should that not be achievable, then we are recommending a second list of projects, which includes expanding our wastewater treatment capacity, which would fall under the green stream, and then as well funding as it relates to facility upgrades with respect to our energy and sustainability goals of city facilities. That would fall under the green stream eligibility. And then finally, transit, a number of transit projects which would fall under the transit stream. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Councillor Stavenchuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, thank you for the clarification about the funding streams, but I do have a few more questions about the streams. In table 1 of the report, the 4 projects that have already been funded under the ICIP, 2 would have kind of a cultural recreation community stream, Globe Theatre and the YWCA Healing Lodge. Were those 2 projects funded under the community culture and recreation stream?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the YWCA Healing Lodge is still in process, so that has not received final approval yet.
Okay.
But it is, we've counted it as a project, given council's approved it, and we've made the application. And with respect to the Globe Theatre stream, at the end of the day, this was funded through the province's broader community/recreational stream, and the province did that, I believe, with us giving up some of our transit funding. So at the end of the day, yes, it came out of a community stream. There was some back and forth respect to moving some of those funds around. So ultimately, yes, it came out of our total allocation, but was funded ultimately out of the province's community recreational stream.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, in the news release that I looked at from the province of Saskatchewan about the ICIP program, and I know that this is province-wide, so it's not just for Regina, but the amount for transit, the public transit infrastructure stream was 172.1 million. So that's for the entire province. Apart from the transit bus operator driver shields and self-securement mobility stations, how much would we be able to, if we wanted to dedicate more money towards public transit, what's in the report is 24 million. Would we be able to spend more than 24 million in public transit? that clear, my question? Sorry, I can rephrase it if it's not clear.
Yeah, maybe I'll start and then I'll ask if
Okay.
Mr. Onrait has any additional comment through you, Mayor Masters. I think you have to remember that ultimately at the end of the day, the city has many competing infrastructure needs. And I think it's about balancing the priority of those needs. And so you could invest significant amounts of funds, for example, into the transit infrastructure of the city. And you got to remember, the city always has to find its share of any funding commitment here. So it is about, you could pick a number. You could invest significant amounts of money into transit overall, pull it out of ICIP funding. We would have to find our portion of that. That would likely mean that we would have to reduce then funding to other infrastructure projects to be able to fund our commitment. So it is about a balance. And so when administration considered the recommendations before you, it was a balance of what we understand the city priorities to be through previous discussions with council, through our capital 5-year program budgeting process, and arriving at these recommendations and advice to council. I would also note that there are other funding streams available out there. And a lot of our investment, I think, to transit over the next little while will be into making our transit more green with respect to alternative energy sources. And so there are other significant funding streams out there, and so part of this strategy is to leverage the various third-party funding streams out there, and we think there are significant dollars out there to assist us in making our transit fleet and system more green without having to use these funds. And so we think this stretches our ability to invest in our infrastructure priorities more broadly than focusing these funds on transit, which then would just reduce the opportunity to invest in other infrastructure needs of the city. Mr. Onrait, do you have anything addition that you would like to add?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Thanks, Mr. Lacey. Mr. Lacey is correct. There are other funding streams available for transit. We have application moving forward right now through the Zero Emissions Transit Fund, and that is on our fleet replacement. So when we start thinking about transitioning our fleet from diesel-powered buses over to electric buses, that takes infrastructure funding, which we have an application in to support that. We also, the timing of decommissioning our fleet is very important so that we don't do that prematurely, because there is a heavy cost to doing that also. So timing is everything, and we do feel we are getting the applications in for the additional funding through a different stream in an appropriate time. We hope to hear back on the infrastructure piece. This would be on our maintenance facility to upgrade that to be able to put charging stations in for the electric fleet, and then retirement of buses as they come up each year and start moving towards the electrification of our fleet. A lot of the changes in transit that are in the transit master plan, a lot of those are operational dollars, which you cannot use federal or cannot use this funding for operational expenses.
Thank you for all of that. And you actually anticipated my other question, which was, are there other funding options for transit? So thank you for anticipating that. I don't think I have any other questions. I do, and I will listen to the rest of the discussion because I don't have any other questions right now, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Please confirm that the projects we apply for have to be complete by 2027. Do I remember that correctly from last week? Or did it have to be started by then?
No. Through you, Mayor Masters, the current program parameters require those funds to be spent by the fall of 2027.
Okay. Thank you. Another infrastructure request came by way of investing in lead service connection replacement. We have a 15-year model. Could administration provide me with the number of what we could access through this program in the first 5 years? So I'm not talking about fast tracking it. If we use the 15-year model, how much could we apply for and be eligible for if we wanted to include this as an option?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to ask Mr. Doney to comment on that. Understanding that the funding through this program for sure would not be able to be used to support the private side of service connections for that work. Mr. Doney?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the current 15-year lead replacement program has approximately $2.8 million per year. So we times that by 5, we're at approximately $14.4 million with the existing lead program.
Thank you. And just to confirm, and I understand option 2 here has 3 possibilities. There's no limit to the number of requests we can put in so long as the sum total is the same. Is that correct?
So through you, Mayor Masters, if I understand the question correctly, you could have different permutations as long as it adds up to 128 million.
Great, thank you.
Correct, yeah.
This will go back to the transit question. Most of the transit requests that we've seen in this report and prior were not necessarily with new buses that could increase frequency, but outlying infrastructure that would support it. So could this be used for actual buses, or that would have to come from a separate fund?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll perhaps ask Mr. Reid with respect to the expenditures that would be eligible under the program as it relates to transit.
Through you, Mayor Masters. As Mr. Onright mentioned, capital costs are eligible under ISIP, so our belief is that yes, the purchase of electric buses would be an eligible cost. However, those are also eligible under the Zero Emissions Transit Fund, which we're looking to advance an application on, and we think as has been mentioned, a better use of the available streams of funding out there to maximize what we can bring in.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to propose an amendment, and that is that we add to our request here. So currently we have a new pool replacement, and then I would argue that, and as my amendment, that the lead service connection program be added to our ISIP application. To our ISIP application. Once that's up, I'll just need a seconder and I can get to the rationale.
Councillor Stevens will require a seconder. Councillor Stadicek.
Great, thank you. I'm looking at a wall of engineers who are far more equipped to deal with the math than I am, but obviously this would just require some adjustment. But the intention is the same. We're applying for the same pot of funds, but it's going to be redistributed through 2 programs. One would be the lead service connection program. The other would be our application to construct a new pool, which, by the way, by all accounts I've seen so far, could be incredibly lucrative from a green and sustainability standpoint. So I support both. The lead service connection program on the city side is funded by an increase to our utility billing model. That is a cost that is distributed across the city, regardless if you live in a community that has lead service connections. I understand that both in the public discussions that we've had and understanding the pressure on our utility, those rates are going to go up beyond what we've already scheduled. And so this is actually a measure of not fast tracking the program, but actually removing some of the pressure on utility ratepayers, at least for the first 5 years. The administration can correct me if I'm wrong, and certainly the mayor, who has far more correspondence with the federal government. But when I had inquired with the ministry responsible for this program on what programs would be used to replace lead service connections, this was the only one. So with the other requests in option 2, et cetera, there are other pots of money that will come online. I was not afforded any indication that there is other money on the table for lead service connections specifically. So I'll stand corrected. But again, this is really a way of continuing with our 15-year model, but alleviating the costs for the city and for utility ratepayers so we can get some control on those increases and manage the model for the next 15 years a bit more economically. I'll leave it at that.
That's okay. I'm actually going to call a point of order because I don't actually know the answer. So a previous decision of council determined the length and form of payment method for the lead pipe service replacement. So is this a reconsideration of funding or is this a new amendment? Because this ISIP money was available, that stream was available at the time that was a vote of council. And so is this now a reconsideration of a previous council decision or is this new information? And I actually don't know the answer. Oh. Do you know the answer? You want to take it? Jim's going to take it. All right. All right. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, this is a particularly different question that I've seen before because you're correct in the sense that there was a previous decision on this. Having said that, this is it's just a new source of funding.
But it's not new, sir.
No, I mean a new from what we had done before. Like we're now saying let it be part of this as opposed to the previous decision.
But this allocation has been here for what, 2 years, 3 years? This was an available option at the time.
Okay.
That decision of council was made. So is this not a reconsideration
So
motion?
I misunderstood where you were going from that.
Yeah.
So yes, if I would suggest yes that if it's already been determined by a vote of council where that funding is coming from, then that's what the decision was made. And with any other previous decision of council, you have to get a reconsideration to change that.
One moment, please. City Clerk, what did you just say?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if the council goes that way, that would be considered a reconsideration motion. It would require a unanimous vote of council to do that reconsideration at this meeting.
All right, I'm prepared to be challenged on this, but at the end of the day, it's my decision that this would be then a reconsideration vote of a previous reconsideration motion of a previous vote of council. Reconsideration requires a unanimous vote, so I will ask the city clerk to call the vote on the motion of reconsideration of funding the lead pipe replacement. I'm not sure it's a point of order. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what to call it, but so I guess it's a point of clarity question. So while this funding was available, I don't believe this was discussed in the meeting for us to be aware that this funding was available for the funding of lead pipes. I was not aware of that previously.
I believe the question was asked during the council meeting at that time. We can go to the minutes and actually just table this if you like, but I believe the province needs an answer. Go ahead.
Not to put too fine a point on it, Mayor, but with respect to Councillor Stadnichuk, your question, the decision is the decision. You made a decision. You may have made it without full information. So if you and your colleagues believe that it wasn't made with full information, then you may perhaps want to have it reconsidered. But if you made the decision based on what you heard that day, it stands as is. And as the clerk said, to have it reconsidered at this meeting, you need unanimous consent.
Councillor LeBlanc.
I would challenge the ruling that this requires a reconsideration motion and ask that that ruling be put to a vote.
So what's before you is a challenge to the idea that this is a reconsideration of a previous decision of council. And so if you vote yes, you're voting in favor of the challenge, that it's not a reconsideration of a previous decision. And if you vote no, you're saying that this is a reconsideration, to which event we would have a reconsideration vote. Does that make sense to council? You want me one more time? If you vote yes to the challenge, then you're saying this isn't a reconsideration, this is brand new information, or sorry, that we didn't make a decision previously about funding this and that this amendment could stand. If you vote no, then you're voting against the challenge. You're saying, yes, this is actually a reconsideration of a previous motion of council.
Sorry, but Mayor, you said it was the reconsideration. You brought.
What I'm saying is that he's making as though it's an amendment.
Yes, and you're saying it's.
A reconsideration of a previous council decision because the vote
Was already talked. Yeah.
on how lead pipes would be funded.
Okay.
So as opposed to an amendment, it's a reconsideration. There's a challenge to my ruling. So if you vote no against that, then you're just saying that yes, it is a reconsideration. If you vote yes, you agree that it's brand new.
Okay.
It's something we've never thought about before in terms of how we fund the lead pipe replacement. Yeah, go ahead, please start the vote. The vote is on the challenge to the ruling, council.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the following members of council voted yes, that it is not considered a reconsideration as follows. Councillors Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, LeBlanc, Stevens, and Mancinelli. And the 6 following members have voted that they do agree with the mayor's motion, that it should be considered as a reconsideration motion. And that vote is as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mole, and Mayor Masters.
All right, now we'll vote on the reconsideration. And so this requires a unanimous vote of council to reconsider a previous vote of council. Clerk, could you please call, I'll let you take that down. Call the vote on reconsideration. So yes, council would mean that you want to reconsider the previous vote. No would be you don't want to reconsider the previous vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion is lost as we did not receive a unanimous vote in favor.
Councillor Mole, I'll allow you to speak, but it will, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a slip of the hand there. I meant to vote against. My apologies.
Thank you
I
for that.
originally had the no vote, and I slipped my hand.
I did have to check because I'd confused myself on this whole thing.
Had to be unanimous anyway. Jeez.
Councillor Stevens, the amendment was lost. However, you have a few minutes left of speaking time if you'd like to proceed.
You bet. So it's kind of a moot point right now, but we weren't actually provided with accurate information about this. In fact, if you go back to the records, several times this was asked, whether in public or private, if lead service connection program and ISIP were aligned, and the answer was explicitly no. That was incorrect information, which is why I reached out to federal MPs and the ministry itself to get a clarifying point. So we weren't actually given factual information about eligibility. So if people are fine making decisions with poor information, go for it. And I think it is too bad that I have to reach out to the federal government myself to fact check these points, and that I had to hear from the province, who also provided a counterclaim. I think really this was an opportunity to find money for an important infrastructure program that would help alleviate the cost on the utility billing model. But I'm certainly in favor of seeing a pool go ahead. I'm not sure if I want to support this, given that there are other actual pretty viable options, other option 2 that would advance many of our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Shaw.
Almost forgot what we were talking about. Just have a couple of questions. Does administration know what a percentage of population in Regina uses transit through the chair?
Mr. Onright?
Through your Mayor Masters, I believe it's around 5%. I'm going to ask Mr. Bells to confirm. Online. Yep.
Thank you. Through Mayor Masters, yes, the transit mode share right now is at 5%.
Thank you. Can we talk just for a second here, and I'm not sure if we have these numbers, the users, because we constantly hear of children that can't get swimming lessons because we can't get signed up, that we don't have the space, so on and so forth. Do we have a number of how many users that we have of our aquatic facility, one, and second, how many kids do we turn away from swimming lessons? I don't know if there's a waiting list or if there's something that we have any way to collect that type of data through the chair. Just wondering.
Ms. Bryan, do you want to flip that to somebody?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just looking to see, I don't believe Ms. Shaley is online. I can speak to, we do turn away children for facility swimming lessons or other water type of programs. And then quite often we'll look and assess the number of applicants that we are turning away at a certain facility and possibly move around some of our instructors to help facilitate those classes. But there are certainly some, not necessarily even just with city programs, but with other swim programs where they are not necessarily receiving all the time that they're requesting, or their capacity fills up on their training programs.
Okay. Thank you. The loss of population for people not having these type of facilities within our city, also the lack of growth within our city due to not having these type of facilities that we need as a family, we need as a community to grow. Do we have a number? Do we have anything that could be talked about around that question through the chair?
Thank you. Through the chair, I see Ms. Bizdell is on the line, and I know we have done some work on the aquatics facility, and she might be able to, and I'm completely throwing this on her, so I'm not sure, but she might be able to provide some information. Outside of that, I could certainly follow back with some information on that. But Ms. Bisdell, she's online.
Okay.
I can, through the chair, sorry, can you please repeat the question, Councillor Shaw?
Hi, kind of what I'm trying to get at, the loss of population, for our city to grow and to increase our population, we need these infrastructures, we need these buildings, we need these facilities for our families, for our children, to be attractive. Do we have a number? I mean, I know a lot of children in the swimming world and the diving world that are actually in Saskatoon. Their families have moved, they've moved to Saskatoon because we don't have the capacity here. Does the city have any idea of what that number is within the knowledge that we have of what we do through the chair?
Oh.
Uh-oh. I lost her. I don't know.
There she is.
There.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I'm speaking, this is Lori Shaley here. I'm just speaking through Ms. Bisdell's screen. So the city is currently undertaking a very extensive feasibility study around this work that will provide council with details in relation to the questions you're asking. What I can share at this point in time is information from the Recreation Master Plan, which provides a comparison of Regina's aquatic facilities on a per capita basis to other municipalities in Canada. And so the Recreation Master Plan suggests that Regina provides one aquatics facility per 71,000 residents, and the average in Canada is one facility per 50,000 residents. So that data helps describe a comparison to other municipalities. Without providing the specifics in terms of numbers, I can share that our waiting lists are long for swimming lessons and they are increasing. And we do struggle to provide adequate pool time for aquatics groups who are trying to book our facilities. The situation has been impacted as well by the recent closure of the YMCA. So that's a little bit of information in response to your question.
Thank you very much for that answer. So we're 20,000 below is what I'm getting. I just want to just state something. Myself and some other businesses, we took it upon ourselves to take a classroom from one of the schools in my ward. 2 children out of the 25 had never, 2 children are the only 2 children out of the 25 that had ever had a swimming lesson. So that meant 23 children could possibly die from not knowing how to swim. I have never yet met a child that could possibly die from not being able to ride a bus. So this aquatic facility needs to go forward, in my opinion, and the opinion of what I've seen in my ward and the people I've talked to. Children are not getting into swimming lessons, and this is an important, valuable life skill for every child to have. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Skidniak.
Thank you. So I'll start with a couple questions. So we believe, so what I've heard is we believe that there's other funding opportunities for some of the options outlined as a backup option. So that's options 1, 2, and 3. So, but we have applications in, but we haven't actually received confirmation of any funding for those investments. Is that accurate?
So through you, Mayor Masters, there are 4 projects upon which we have submitted applications for funding. 3 out of those 4 have been approved. So one relates to the Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plan renewal project, which has been approved by the government, the 2 levels of government. The second is the Globe Theatre application, which has been approved by both levels of government. And then the third one relates to the transit bus operating driver shields and self-security mobility stations, which have been approved by both levels of government. The outstanding application we have, which we've not heard back yet, whether it's received approval, relates to the YWCA Healing Lodge, which was an overall funding request of $4 million.
Sorry, that's not what I meant. I didn't want to
Oh,
cut
I'm
you off
sorry.
because that's relevant too. But what I'm meaning is the projects listed on page 4, so which is currently recommended as our backup funding option. So we said, what I heard from administration is we believe that there's other funding available for wastewater capacity upgrades, renewable Regina facility upgrades, and pedestrian connectivity and transit enhancements. So, and that's why we're recommending the pool first. But so my question is, although we believe and we've applied for other potential funding streams, we don't have anything confirmed yet for those investments. Is that accurate?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not sure if I understand the question. Not sure if I understand the question. So maybe I'll attempt an answer and you can let me know if you've answered it. I've answered it. So the indoor aquatics facility has been identified as a high priority infrastructure project for the city, I think for the reasons that have been discussed today. And we currently do not have a specific funding source identified for it. Likely right now, a significant portion of it would need to be debt. And so we see an opportunity here, given the priority of that project, to leverage other levels of government funding to make a significant funding contribution towards that project. The other three, the fallback, I guess, option that I'll call it, if the other levels of government aren't willing to support our application for an indoor aquatics facility, are those projects listed on page 4. Within our 5-year capital plan, some of these have funding already allocated to them, but in much smaller portions. So I'm going to use, for example, pedestrian connectivity as an example, whereby we have about $500,000 right now in our 5-year capital plan. What we would envision here is being able to significantly advance that project, pedestrian activity, by leveraging that $500,000 and getting about another $1.5 million. So you'd be able to do $2 million a year. Still a priority for us. However, when we look at the overall priority of our infrastructure projects, and as I say, the infrastructure projects requirements far outweigh funding that we've identified to date. The indoor aquatics facility, from the administration's perspective, bubbles up towards the top of that list. That's why we've advanced this as the #1 priority with respect to accessing this fund, to leverage this funding to help us to advance what we see as a significant infrastructure priority for the city. The secondary list, or the fallback list, is really a list of other projects which we believe will be priority projects for the city and for City Council as well over the next 5 years, that we do believe would also be eligible and would meet the funding requirements of the ICIP program. So it's really a prioritization of where we believe we should make these funding investments. On the secondary list, we do have wastewater capacity upgrades of $90 million. At some point, I do believe we're going to have a discussion about our debt limit and whether we need to increase our debt limit to advance some key projects and whether or not we have the capacity to do it. I do think there's an opportunity for us to do that and have a conversation with the province about it. We may need to do that on the wastewater capacity upgrade piece, but I think that project is a project that, when we talk about need for debt, I think would be a key project to have that conversation. I also believe, with respect to the wastewater capacity upgrade, if we absolutely needed to do so, we could look at our reserve. We have a substantial reserve built up there. Yes, it's for other projects, but we have more funding flexibility around it. So I guess what I'm saying on that one, we have other sources of funding that we could look to. Not a lot of opportunity with respect to the indoor aquatics facility. It is a high priority project, we believe. And so that is why we're providing that advice to council around that piece. I will certainly acknowledge there are a lot of other infrastructure projects. It is a discussion about priorities and where we think available funding sources reside to be able to advance those projects in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. So just This is a question for the clerk. Clerk, if I propose an amendment, I have the ability to close debate as well, just to make sure I'm remembering correctly. Okay. So, I would like to note a few things and then I will be proposing an amendment. So on page 3, it says that if we, so that these funds currently sit under the public transit stream. We do not, it's not currently permitted under the terms of our agreement to transfer these funds to the community culture and recreation stream. That's why we have a backup option embedded, right? Because we don't know if, even if we prioritize the pool, we don't know if that will be admissible under our fund, like if that will be acceptable or not. I do have an amendment, and I may as well, I'll note it now so folks can have time to prepare that. My amendment is that we fund the projects noted as alternative projects at this time. So that's the wastewater capacity upgrades, the renewable Regina upgrades, and pedestrian connectivity and transit enhancements. So hopefully that gives enough information. This is what I'm proposing, that that becomes our first priority, not our backup option. I understand that all of these things are important. I see that the money has the possibility of being put to more than just one use in this scenario. This money was earmarked for transit, and we also, based on administration's recommendations, this also, anything could under the green funding stream is also seen as something that would be close enough to be accepted by the government. That's why it's our backup option. And I do want to note that, you know, they're all important. If we talk about things, something that could kill you, climate change is absolutely one of those things. So it's difficult when we're trying to decide which of these things are more important. We just approved a transit master plan. We just approved the energy and sustainability framework. It's time for us to actually allocate resources to these investments. We've said these are ambitious plans. We need any funding opportunities that we have earmarked to make these plans a reality. We need to follow through and do this work and not just talk about it. That's all I have for now, but I'll likely close debate.
Amendment is on the floor. Apologize. Do we have a seconder on the amendment? Councillor LeBlanc. Okay. I see no questions from council. Before I flip it back over to you, Councillor Zakiniak, I would like to remind council that previous council approved the second rec master plan, which the first rec master plan from 2009 had no work performed on it. The second master plan was approved in 2019 with no funding approved or allocated for it or work performed on it. And so we appear to have dueling master plans here. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So that's the point that I wanted to speak on. In 2019, so before your time on council, for the new councillors, we did approve a recreation master plan. And since then, we've built nothing. So as much as we've approved the renewable and sustainability plan, the recreation master plan came first. And it was very noted that there was projects in there that need to happen. And it's disappointing as a city when you hear people say, you know, I'd love to live in your city, but you don't have enough recreation for me and my kids to stay. That was exactly the conversation on a flight home. An individual lived here with his family from Edmonton, could have moved his family back here. He chose to come back to work and left his family in Edmonton. Because why? We don't have the pools. We don't have the things that other cities have. I'm going to say that we are compared to Estevan, Yorkton. They have beautiful pools, and people say we have to drive out there for the pools. It's an embarrassment, really. It's time that we build the pool. And I believe this pool is going to be greener than we can ever imagine. So we're going to have both. But I don't think right now is the time that we should be starting to, and it's the recommendation from administration as well. We start trying to pull here and there. As a councillor that has sat here and waited for the recreation master plan to be ignited with something of substance that we can be proud of in our city, it's time. And if this funding can work and both provincial and federal agree to it, I absolutely support that. So I cannot support this motion or amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Council. We now have two other speakers to the amendment. However, it is 2:31 and we have a legislative break at the 90-minute mark. I will see you back here at 2:46. Thank you.
At least the last 6 years, we have talked about the absolute necessity of building a proper recreational pool. The Recreation Master Plan stressed the need for us in the city to take seriously our obligation to build recreation infrastructure which have been neglected for decades. We've had a large increase in population populating new suburbs, Harbour Landing, Greens on Gardner, and other new suburbs. And it is clear from talking to young families in those suburbs that they feel there is inadequate recreation in the facility. We've spent a great deal of time and money and spent it properly on improving our transportation, our public transit system. And I'd like to ask administration to just take a moment to highlight some of those investments over the recent last few years that we have made to enhance public transit. And I'll forego that because I don't see Mr. Onright. But I can tell you that immediately what comes to my mind are the bus barns for improving transit, are the systematic upgrading of our buses in the city, are the money spent on through the pandemic on making sure that we were providing bus routes, on our subsidies to transit users, on our paratransit system. This is a council which for some years now has been fully committed to public transit, and I believe will remain fully committed to public transit. What troubles me deeply is when we take two very good causes, recreation for our youth on the one hand and public transit on the other, and pit them together against each other and batter our brains out until we come to a standstill on both. The Executive Director of Finance has proposed a way of financing a pool project. He has done that in the context of how we propose all of these other good things. We can quibble with him about the exact timing and the exact financing methods used, but there's nothing to be gained in that. So one, because we have on the table here a method of financing a long cherished and needed project, a pool, and two, because we are not neglecting other public projects like public transit, I am going to vote against the amendment and urge council to consider and remember the importance of supporting our community and our youth through proper recreational facilities, and in this case, a pool.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Welcome back, Mr. Onright. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Appreciate the debate so far on this topic. I just wanted to speak in terms of the amendment and why I'm not going to support it, and it's due to the comments made already by administration in budgeting and planning, in searching for available grants, in looking to where they think they might see agreement to getting the grant money agreed to. Very complex. I think it's been well vetted by administration, so I just have confidence in their plan. I know that they take the other needs of the residents of Regina seriously in terms of transit and all the other things listed off. If they've come with this recommendation, I have confidence in the recommendation and I'm going to follow it. So that's the way I'm going to be approaching it.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further speakers. Councillor Stadenchuk, you close off debate. Councillor Skidniak. Oh, I have that problem. Okay, Councillor Skidniak.
Okay, so let's see here. I do appreciate, first and foremost, the importance of a pool. And like I said, all of these are important. What is proposed here is us making improvements to help with climate change and sustainability to infrastructure that we already have. So what's proposed in the backup option, what I'm advocating to be our primary option is so the wastewater capacity to upgrades, the facility upgrades to facility we already have, increased pedestrian connectivity and transit enhancements. We need to improve our existing infrastructure at the same time as we need to invest in new opportunities. These are all important. I see that this funding will go further if we are able to allocate it to these three areas. We actually don't know if this amendment fails. We may end up doing this anyway if the pool option is not deemed to be a viable option. I don't know what else to say. I understand those who have indicated why they won't support it. I will also note that we do have applications out to fund these other priorities, but we haven't received any successful additional funding. And this is why this is proposed as also important and equally important work to do. And regardless, we do need to consider how to do all this work and how to finance it. So I hope that however you vote, you recognize that these projects are equally important as a new pool. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadenchuk. Councillor Zakidniak, I'll do it again. Councillor Zakidniak, debate's closed off. I would ask the clerk to call the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the vote on the amendment is lost. 7-4, with the following members voting in favor as follows: Councillors Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Stadnichuk, and those voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findera, Mancinelli, Mole, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you to the clerks. We're back to the main motion. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. See at the bottom of page 1, it says the government of Saskatchewan wanted our answer yesterday. Through the chair, what are the implications of not answering yesterday, and what happens if we answer, say, in a few weeks instead of 1 day late? Through the chair.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the request by the province of Saskatchewan is being driven by a request from the federal government. So ultimately, it's the federal government that's asking the province to provide a list of projects. I can't speak definitively to what the consequences might be, but certainly it would appear that what both the province and the feds are trying to achieve is a list of projects to determine where to ensure that funding is spent. And if we delay responding to the province, there's a potential you could put those funds at risk.
Thank you. Two-part question. When did we receive the request to give a list of proposed projects by May 31? And prior to receiving that request, had we planned to put this ISIP money into a pool? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it was just within the last couple of weeks. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Reid if I just don't have it in front of me, the document, but Do you have a date, Mr. Reid, when Mayor Masters received that request from the minister?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, the letter from the province came in on May 9th.
And this follow-up to that, through you, Mayor Masters, is as of May 8th, were we planning to put the remainder of the ISIP money into a pool, or had we thought about it at that point?
So through you, Mayor Masters, if I could just clarify. So the question is what was our intent prior to receiving the letter from the province of Saskatchewan? Thank you for that. So even before receiving the letter from the province, we as administration had identified that at some point in the near future, we would have to come back to council and seek prioritization from council of what those priority projects should be. We had received some direction from the former council, but the list of projects far exceeded the remaining funding available, and some of those had become dated. And so we knew there was a need to come back and update that priority. And the province's letter, really all it did was advance the timing of when we came back to you folks.
Thank you. And yeah, I appreciate there was some sense that administration would need to come back to council with proposed recommendations or proposed projects for it. I suppose my question is, was the pool at the top of that list before we received the letter to the mayor?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, yes, the pool, the indoor aquatics facility was at the top of the administration's list. And even though the previous council had approved a whole list of projects, aquatics was at the top of that list as it related to the community recreational stream. So there is some consistency as well with past direction.
Thank you. And it's been mentioned several times that the new aquatic facility is at the top of the recreation master plan project. As I read that document, there's only limited detail provided about what the pool at the top of that list would look like and how much it might cost. And so I think at the heart of the question I'm trying to ask is, does it just so happen that the estimated cost of the pool happens to be the remaining amount of ISIP funding, $128 million? Where does that number come from? Is it simply what room is left? Or do we have a plan that says we want or need a $128 million pool? So how far along are we in developing what this pool will look like, and what's the price tag estimated on that pool through you, Mayor Masters?
Yeah. So through you, Mayor Masters, as Ms. Shaley had indicated earlier, we are in the process of completing a feasibility study with respect to the new indoor aquatics facility. Center Council had previously approved us to engage consulting resources to do that. So that work is still not complete or finalized, although I do expect it to be in front of council here over the upcoming few months. So there is a range of options, obviously, when you do a feasibility study. And I would certainly say the entire amount of the $128 million here would be required to probably fund even the lower end option. And likely the options we put in front of council would likely be would be higher than the 128. So the entire 128 would be needed at a minimum to fund what the feasibility study in draft form is indicating we would need to meet the city's needs.
And so just following up on an implication of that, I think, which is even if we approve the 128, we still might be making up some shortfall to fund the full aquatic center, whether through debt or some other source of funding. Is that accurate?
Depending on the options chosen by council through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, that will be decisions I think council will need to make with the information in front of them. But certainly that's a possibility, or council could build towards, the 128 million, the funding available. But certainly it is, the cost of an indoor aquatics facility is within the range of this price, perhaps higher.
Thank you. Might have a question for Ms. Shaley through you, Mayor Masters, which is essentially if someone can describe to me what implications it would have if we approved 130 million, call it, for the pool versus 100 million? What would we lose in only spending or earmarking 100 million toward a pool compared to 130 million? I don't know if we're far enough along in the feasibility study, but I'm trying to get a sense of what that means in terms of number of water slides and so on.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think that's a financing question, really. It really is. It's about source of funding. And so any amount less towards an indoor aquatics facility is going to require council to find more funding from another source of funding. And your sources of funding are typically reserves or debt for a lump sum payment, right, to fund it. And so if council approved a lower amount than 128 million, it would just mean that you would need to find another funding source at the end of the day to make up the difference. And that likely, in all likelihood, would be debt or having to go into your reserves. Or, you know, looking at another funding source, a special tax levy or whatever.
Thank you. So, Mayor Masters, to you and to the clerks, I'm going to move an amendment, and it's not been provided to the clerks beforehand. Essentially, what it will state is paragraph 1 reads as is, and then it would read A, pedestrian connectivity and transit enhancements to a maximum of 24 million, and B, the planning and development of an indoor aquatic facility for residents to a maximum of 104, I believe it's 0.08 million. So essentially we'd look transit and the pool instead of the pool or transit.
Councillor LeBlanc, Deputy Clerk needs that repeated.
Sure. Paragraph 1 remains as is. A reads pedestrian connectivity and transit enhancements in the amount of 24 million. And then a new paragraph B reading the planning and development of an indoor aquatic facility for residents in the amount of 104.04 million.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just so that I'm understanding, Councillor LeBlanc, what it is that your amendment is, are you asking that the information that you just provided for point 1A and B in the proposed recommendation be replaced with the information that you've just provided to us? Or that's in addition to the information that's before us?
That would be an entirely new paragraph 1A and B, and the existing language would be removed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc requires a seconder. Councillor Zakiniak. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Bresciani.
So just a point of order, I'd like to ask the clerk. because with Councillor Zakidniak's motion that came forward, considering all three, now we're back to considering one of those. Wouldn't that erase that motion because we've already not approved that? Yes, I just need clarity on that.
City Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do not believe so because in point 1A, it does have mention of the indoor aquatic facility.
Okay.
Councillor LeBlanc, does that reflect what you were intending?
That's, yeah. Oh, sorry, this statement. Yeah, the only amendment, I suppose, to point B would be 104.04 million.
Councillor LeBlanc, did you wish to speak to it?
I have no idea what a $100 million pool looks like, and I have no idea what a $128 million pool looks like. And I suspect that's true of everyone around the horseshoe. And my view is that we are too early in the process of determining what kind of pool we want and need and what that will cost to fully commit to removing some of these monies, which are formally at least earmarked for transit and sustainability purposes, into something else. My view is the proposed amendment retains our ability to get the pool we want and need, the pool contemplated in the recreation master plan, while also taking seriously our climate and transit commitments. So I think to both Councillor Bresciani's point that the recreation master plan predates the transit master plan, and to Councillor Hawkins' point that there's something a bit disheartening about putting two good infrastructure projects in a fight to the death. I think this does accommodate both of those, and what it does is allows us to buy what I would think is quite a nice pool that would fit our needs at $100 million. We have no indication, I think, at the feasibility study that we couldn't get a pool that fits our needs for $100 million, while also taking our transit and climate mitigation and avoidance commitments seriously. So I put this forward. I look forward to water sliding. I look forward to riding the bus. I think we can do it both with this amendment, so I'd appreciate your support.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I just wanted to point out for members so they have a full understanding of what I believe is the intention of Councillor LeBlanc's motion, is that he has put forward, as you can see on the screens, $24 million for the pedestrian transit corridor development and up to $104.04 million for the swimming pool or for the aquatic center. Keeping in mind that when the time comes that a full study is here, and let's just pick a number and say that the pool came in at $134.4 million, council at that time would have to decide, do we wish to go forward with that and find the additional $30 million? What you're asking for in this is to get the potential grant funding from the feds in the province that would give you this. So just so people would understand that this would not necessarily hold you to an aquatic center that was over $1 over $1.4 million.
Thank you, City Manager. Normally I don't do this, but we've had a lot of amendments so far here today. Mr. Lacey, on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of certainty, how certain are you that the value of a pool is going to come over $128 million?
Through you, Mayor Masters, with a high degree of certainty with the information I've seen today, the indoor aquatics facility will be in excess of $128 million to meet the needs that have been identified by the residents of Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Second question. When this goes to the province and to the federal government, there is absolutely no guarantee that they'll even accept culture, rec, and sport as the recommendation presented, in which event we would backstop it with everything that's in Part B, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your certainty level about the fact that they would even accept a pool within the funding program right now?
Through you, Mayor Masters, right now, based on past experience, I'd say it's low. So,
Mr.
sorry,
Lacey?
so let me,
Yeah,
so
go
through
ahead.
you, Mayor Masters, I should reframe that maybe. So the federal government has been reluctant to, in the past, to transfer funds to the culture stream as a general piece. However, this is a significant project for the city of Regina. And I think there's significant opportunity to have conversations with the two levels of government about the importance of this facility. Overall, the importance of it as a infrastructure, a priority infrastructure piece for the city. And so when I say low, I predicated that around past experience. But I do think that there is an opportunity there to have those conversations with the two levels of government and press upon them the need for this project, the investments that we've made in transit to date, and the future investments that we plan to make to transit, particularly looking as well at accessing alternative grant funding streams. And so on the whole, the reason we're making this recommendation is we're hopeful that we can convince those two levels of government that this is an appropriate use of those funds and appropriate for the infrastructure priorities of the city. There's just no guarantees around it because it will require agreement between the other levels of government.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Mr. Onright, not approving this amendment, does that mean we're not proceeding with pathways and bus shelters and whatnot?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, we do have pathways in our 5-year capital plan, and we had bumped the funding up for that program 2 years ago, I believe. We also, through the other fund that I spoke about earlier, have application in for, I believe, 7 electric buses that will start that program, but we also are looking at 23, 24, and 25 for electrification of the fleet, and then $30 million for the infrastructure retrofit that would be in the maintenance garage. So we are spending money within transit, and I apologize, I was not here for the question from Councillor Hawkins, but I understand he answered it quite well. We did invest through 2 levels of funding, $30 million in the new transit maintenance facility.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Mancinelli.
Actually, my question's been identified, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, listening to the debate suggests that it's an either or here. It's either a pool or some of this other stuff. I think this actually finds a way of providing some middle ground. And as Mr. Onright had hinted, or had actually made very clear, this is in the 5-year capital plan. Well, all this does is free up money in that 5-year capital plan for other projects if we accept the pedestrian and transit corridor. I would also add that some of that, if you break it down, isn't actually transit per se. It's just active modes of connectivity, whether you're biking, walking, and actually making it physically accessible to get to different bus stops. So I think this amendment allows us to do both. And either you borrow money or find money in the reserves for pedestrian transit corridor in the next 5 years, or you're putting it towards a pool. These are all priorities one way or the other. And also what I'm hearing is that there's a reluctance at the federal government level to siphon money from public transit and other streams into culture and recreation. Maybe this would help our pitch in that we're doing both. And I think it would also be an opportunity for us to stress with the federal government that the pool itself comes with another ambitious idea of making it a very sustainable facility, which meets their own environmental criteria. So I'll accept this because I think we might have a package here that might perhaps make our argument stronger, because it's not just about recreation, it's about transit plus recreation and other sustainability objectives. I'll support this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just to the city man, or to Mr. Lacey, is there any risk in if the pool did come back and it's 150 million and we've only given the 1.4, is it ever slighted that way that, you know, what you're coming for is cost, it's a lot more than what you're actually getting? Would that be a negative effect on the funding? If it's presented that way is my question. So
through you, Mayor Masters, whatever that final price tag is should not impact our application under the ICIP, if that's the question.
okay. And the other question is that if we were to try and find, say it does come up 50 million more, then what's the recommendation then to find that other 50 million at that time, the timeliness of this, because we won't have the money? What would be your recommendation through the chair?
So through you, Mayor Masters, at that point in time, we'd need to make a recommendation at what that funding source would be to make up the gap. The lower amount received through ICIP, if it is approved, if that amount's lower, that's a bigger gap that needs to be made up. Overall, I think it'd make the decision-making process of council obviously more challenging because the gap would be bigger. So there are other funding sources for many of the other pieces we've talked about, right? Talked about transit. There's other funding sources that we're looking at for transit. There's a possibility there might be other funding sources for the facility upgrades we want to do with respect to our energy and sustainability as we look at other potential funding sources. Right now, we see no other funding source opportunity for the indoor aquatics facility. So the lower that amount is, whatever that final price tag is, that'll just make the gap bigger, which makes the decision process around what that other funding source is and what the city can afford more challenging.
Okay. And last question, if it comes out of transit, if that's allowable, but there's also a green fund and there's a renewable whole big piece to it, are you allowed to dip into both funds?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Reid to answer that question. I don't know what they call that stacking when you stack various grants upon one another. And I don't know what the stacking ability is as it relates to the ICP program. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Reid if he can provide commentary.
So just through you, Mayor Masters, just to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly, Councillor Bresciani, you're asking if the funding, like the ICIP funding, can be stacked with other programs?
Yeah, so there's a green fund too. So let's say there's a renewable piece to this pool,
So,
right?
So I again, just for clarity, because I think we're confusing some terms. So under ICIP, there's the public transit stream to which our funding is currently allocated.
Yeah.
There's a green stream.
Yeah.
And there's the community culture and rec stream.
Yeah.
There's also, and then there's the zero emissions transit fund, which we've discussed as, you know, looking for the bus electrification and such. So ICIP itself does not allow for program stacking. So our share of that can't be covered through another source. It has to be funded by the municipality. Does that answer your question?
So, sorry, just to be clear, so if we take, if this goes and we get it out of the transit, my question is, if administration was also able to get it out of the rec, say there's a portion there to get it out of the rec, so maybe, however that, can you combine it, I guess?
So no.
As the feasibility and it comes forward, it's a very green initiative.
So no, that's not possible. Like what we're recommending, because our current allocation of ICIP dollars is all under the public transit stream, right? Okay. Our initial allocation was all under the public transit stream and was actually far more than we could possibly spend on public transit based on our approved transit master plan and, you know, the ENS framework. So what we're looking at is transferring So if we were to go with the indoor aquatic facility, the allocation of funds would go from, or the reallocation would go from the public transit stream to the community culture and rec stream. If we go with the alternative list of projects before you, then for the wastewater infrastructure upgrades and the renewable Regina facility upgrades, that would be reallocated to the green stream, which is currently permitted under the bilateral agreement between the feds and the province. For the transit enhancements and the pedestrian connectivity, that would just come out of our public transit fund, so that's okay. So those reallocations are permitted under the current bilateral agreement. The language around transferring from public transit to community culture and rec is vague and not as clear, which is, as Mr. Lacey has indicated, why it's very dependent on agreement with the province and federal government.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comments. Councillor LeBlanc, did you want to close off debate?
Thank you. Yeah, 3 things. The first is, I may have misspoken, paragraph A on the board. So I would have it read not pedestrian and transit corridor development, but pedestrian connectivity and transit enhancements. So mirroring the language in 1 sub B sub 3 of the report.
Councillor Zucchiniak has second. Are you okay with that change? Thank you.
The second is, I hear Mr. Lacey on the point that the pool we want is likely to cost more than $128 million. And what that means to me is, in any event, $128 million, $104 million, we're going to have to find some other funding source for the pool. Debt, reserves, special levy. That means that's a difference in degree rather than type. So it's not like the proposal recommended in the report says we're going to fully cost the pool, we never have to go back to another funding source. I hear him to say, in any event, we're going to look for another funding source. The only question is, are we putting $104 million toward it or $128 million? But in any event, we're going to be looking for more money at one point. So I suggest that means the difference isn't as large as it appears on a policy level. And the third one for me is just to highlight again that we do have these competing infrastructure priorities. We have master plans that say we need a pool and we need some transit things. I think this is a good way to not put all our eggs in one basket, to respect both those and to move forward. $104 million for a pool isn't nothing. I mean, that's a substantial allocation. I think what that means is when that feasibility study comes back, we're going to build that pool. If there's $104 million that can only be put toward it, we're not going to say now we can't afford it. So that is a serious commitment toward the pool, but it's anchored against a serious commitment consistent with that we made in our sustainability and transit master plan. So I think it strikes the balance. I think it increased our odds of getting supported, and I appreciate your support today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. City Clerk, could you please call the vote on the amendment?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the amendment is lost 7-4 with the following members voting in favor as follows: Councillors Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak. And the following voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you. The clerks. Councillor LeBlanc, you have 1 minute and 38 seconds left. Would you like to finish off any portion of the debate on the main motion?
No, I hope we get the pool.
Thanks. Any other members of council wishing to speak to the main motion? Seeing none, City Clerk, can you please call the vote on the main motion?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the main motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you to the city clerks. Council, I'll direct you to CM 22-15. I'd like to call upon Delegation Tim Reed, representing the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Mr. Reed, I'd like you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you.
Thank you very much, through the Chair. My name is Tim Reed. I have the opportunity to be the President and CEO with Regina Exhibition Association Limited. I live in North Regina in Council Moles riding, but generally find there's many opportunities to hang out with you as possible. So thank you for the opportunity today. I want to apologize on behalf of our chair, Mr. Wayne Morski. Unfortunately, he was traveling back to Regina and found himself somewhere else in the globe, and connections aren't that great these days. So he is somewhere between Munich and Regina, which, for those of you that know Mr. Morski, he could be doing many, many things in that period of time and space. And so thank you for the opportunity to report today. Now, we've had the opportunity to present some of our findings, so a few quick highlights, and then happy to take any questions. This was a great year to be in the large public gathering business, as was the year prior. Challenges of COVID-19 probably hit our industry more than any other on the planet. Doesn't mean that we dealt with the same challenges as perhaps the healthcare systems, but it did mean that it created some unique operating years for us. Our revenue overall in the past year was $28.3 million versus a budget of 37. Our expenses were 32 versus a budget of 40. We went into this year anticipating a fairly significant loss, and that was based on the fact that we made some best guesses when we submitted our budget to you. So a bit of a history on our approach to budget is we submit our budget to you every year in August of the prior year. And for those of you that are probably aware, the crystal ball was fairly murky at that time. The assumptions that we made, however, when we presented the budget that was accepted by our board and ultimately by yourselves, were that we would return to regular operations similar to that of 2019 by July the 1st of last year. We also believed that there would be zero capacity restrictions and zero restrictions upon attendance by July the 1st of last year. We did expect that return to operation would be phased based on people's disposable income, as well as their confidence in the return to operations. As many of you know, lots of that didn't happen. On July the 13th, we were deeply fortunate to host the very first Riders game. Sold out stadium with 37,000 fans and per caps that exceeded our traditional sales by 25%. A month later, we were screening folks for vaccination passes and our attendance was reducing quite a bit. By the start of the school year, we were in these council chambers talking about public safety and restricting access to playing surfaces and hockey and trade show venues and gathering spaces. The challenges of Omicron were not insignificant for us as a community, and they weren't insignificant for us as a business. When we went into this year, we had three core goals. First one was public safety, and I'm proud to report that at no point were the operations of the Regina Exhibition Association shut down for public health reason. At no point did we experience an outbreak, although we were one of the busiest facilities that existed in the city. We believed in resilience, finding a way to keep our business open for those that use it the most, but also providing safe space for community members that may be in search of it. I don't think we ever believed that we would conduct 210,000 vaccines on our premise or 136,000 COVID-19 tests. But we talked about finding a way to be relevant. And what our community needed at that time was the use of the International Trade Center. And so as you talk about pools and creativity and spending, reality of it is, to the credit of council, we built a great building that had many uses. And coming through COVID-19, it was very important for this community. Ultimately, it was a year that was unique for us. It was a year where we had to achieve a GBAC training standard, a level of cleaning that we've never had before. We opened a McDonald's. We announced a deal with a distillery. We signed a 25-year lease with FC Regina. We submitted to you our long-term plans. Iceville opened again. We hosted a WHL hub that didn't have a single case of COVID-19. Kids camps returned. Mosaic Stadium was used as trick-or-treat. The Riders completed an entire season under some of the most challenging of scenarios. We saw a return to Farm Fair in a virtual capacity and a full return to Queen City X over an 8-day period. Most of that wasn't planned the way it was delivered. As most of you know, we're a business that traditionally operates on an earnings perspective of somewhere between break even and $1 million. Challenge with last year was, once again, we didn't have the year that we were anticipating. But when we approved our budget, we approved a fairly significant loss from operations, as most of you are aware. We found ourselves delivering a deficient budget of $500,000. It is never our intent to come back to council as our owners and say we lost money. But in a year where the majority of our business couldn't operate, I think we were creative and we were resilient in finding a way not to cost the taxpayers as much. On a budget where we anticipated losing $2.1 million, we returned with an EBITDA perspective of $500,000. Now, I wish I could say that was because of great operations, but I think it was because of great relationships. We had a relationship with the Saskatchewan Health Authority that programmed the International Trade Center for the entire year and provided a revenue stream in an otherwise vacant building. And the unique relationship that we share with you as our owner creates enough separation between our business that although many other government enterprises were not eligible for CEWS funding, we were. And we were able to leverage programs with the federal government that greatly enhanced our financial position and ultimately saved the taxpayer considerably. It's for these reasons that we submit our annual report for your consideration. And with some insight into 2022, I think we are off to a different year. There's unique challenges that we're finding, and you'll see that we're trending about $1.5 million behind our trend line. The reason for that is that Omicron was still very active as we went into this year, and we were dealing with the challenges of operations. The biggest revenue side that we have in our business around concerts and entertainment. And one of the challenges that we're finding this year is even though we in Saskatchewan were prepared to gather, other provinces don't feel so comfortable. And so for the bulk of the first 5 months of this year, we have seen many, many concerts and tours canceled that would route across Canada. Many of the artists that we had secured for stadium shows this summer are not vaccinated and are not prepared to quarantine for 2 weeks coming to Canada. And so the reality of it is the business that we depend on that is very global feels different than it does today. I'm asked often in summary about what does our industry look like. And I would suggest that our industry looks good enough to turn on, but not as profitable as it was in 2019. So yes, we still have to host Dallas Smith on a Friday night. And yes, it's still a profitable endeavor. It's just not as profitable as it was in 2019. I do believe we will get back there. It will just take some time. So Madam Mayor, to you and your council colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to operate on your behalfs. We submit our annual report for your consideration. We'd be delighted to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Councillor Stadnichuk, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, thank you for coming. And I did notice that a real significant contribution to the statement, to the revenues, was the government COVID-19 assistance. Could you say a little bit about what a difference it made, and in particular, because it was mostly wage replacement, how that helped in terms of the employees, many of whom are part-time. And I know that in the service sector, a lot of employees have left the business because of the uncertainty, but have you been able to retain employees because of that wage subsidy?
Through the chair, a wonderful question. Thank you for acknowledging it. Going into the pandemic, the workforce at Real sat at around somewhere between 1,200 and 1,300 total employees. The bulk of those, as you suggested, were part-time. If you were to look at our workforce today, we sit at about 850 employees, so we have not been able to return to pre-pandemic levels. I can state quite clearly, it's not because there's not work or not a need for them, but to your point, we simply can't hire them. Hiring in our industry is incredibly challenging right now, and we're not seeing light at that end of the tunnel today. To your comment about the impact of CEWS, the reality of the impact of CEWS is in 2021, that was roughly a $3.4 million revenue source for us as an organization. And want to acknowledge that what we faced was a business that turned on very rapidly, and so we had to pull everybody back to work, full-time staff, part-time staff, and then it turned off again very rapidly. And so we found ourselves in a position where CEWS would subsidize 50, 75% of a wage, depending on what our gross revenues were in any given month. And so what it really provided a backstop to our business is on July the 13th, everybody was back for full operations. And by mid-September, we were shutting things off again. And so we didn't find ourselves in a place where, A, we had to turn employees away, or we couldn't afford to pay employees, but we had a grant program that allowed us to keep them employed, keep them at work for when business did return. So I would say CEWS probably did exactly what it was supposed to for a business like ours. What it really allowed us to do was to bring people back to work as quickly as we could. And then when we dealt with the challenges of growing numbers of COVID cases in the fall, it allowed us to retain employees. And part of that retention that was so important, if you recall, was we had to validate folks' proof of vaccinations. We had security people wandering the halls, checking your vaccination tags. So just the cost of delivering business was quite unique, but it was great work hours for many on our team.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Any other members of council have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim, for coming forward. Appreciate all of the work that the organization does on behalf of the city. Can you just talk a little bit about, and it was in one of the risks, in regards to the inflation, how it continues, and how, along in regards to the supply chain, how will that, the impacts there, through the chair?
It's a great question, and thank you for acknowledging it. In our budget, we had budgeted 3% escalation due to inflation. And once again, that came last August, which was probably our best guess with the Ouija board at that time. Our number for inflation right now is upwards of 12.5% over the course of this year. And so we will struggle to pass that inflation along to our customer in a reasonable time frame. And I'll give you an example that is current as of this week. For those of us that love French fries, and when we go to a sporting event, our traditional case of French fries 2 weeks ago we could purchase for $27. The bill on those French fries yesterday is now $56. And so where it impacts our business is purely on the margin. And we are seeing massive swings. Part of it is because of supply chain. And honestly, part of it is just the cost of food is escalating at such a rate. It will impact our margin. And so if you think about that, our ability to take really doubling the price of your French fries and turn that into a $20 French fry at a Riders game is almost impossible for us to pass along to the consumer, even if we could respond that fast. So our budget was 3%. We're trying to respond as quickly as we can, but we're dealing with 12.5% inflation that really is hitting food and utilities probably first, and those are two of our biggest expense lines, as you will note in our budget.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And I guess just the last question is, as you've highlighted some of the actually during the COVID and getting through it, I'd like to just, if you can just highlight some of the things that you were able to do. And one, of course, was the stadium and that whole hub is recognized as a community facility. And I think we saw that through COVID by bringing things forth to create some enjoyment even during COVID. Can you just provide some feedback on what you've heard as well through the chair?
Yeah, absolutely. A couple things, and perhaps I'll start on the beginning of the feedback that we received, and I hope many of you experienced it. We were the very first and only for a long time drive-through vaccination and testing facility. Yeah. And every city in the country was reaching out to us to try to understand how we did it. And what became very pronounced in that conversation was the relationship that we had with the SHA is they're great at sticking people with needles. And we're really good at making sure people get into events. And when we realized that if we could just manage the event and they could stick people with needles, we ended up with these massive lineups of people that were well queued, and frankly, it moved quite swiftly. And that was a partnership that I would say was unique because of what we had and the fact that we are owned by the municipality. We didn't have to do that at a profit. We could do it as a break even, as a community initiative. The other piece that I would say that we really recognized through COVID-19 is our utilization of our synthetic ice facilities, our synthetic soccer facilities, all saw double-digit growth. So ice participation, where we would traditionally see a trend of growth between 3 and 4% a year, was 11 and 12% a year. Soccer participation was the same. And so at a time where none of us could travel, or we chose not to travel for a variety of reasons, those right here at home amenities became really important to our community. And so more kids skated, more kids played hockey, and more kids played soccer and football. The other piece that I would acknowledge is it allowed us to use the stadium for pure community reasons. And while we weren't gathering for large community events, we could turn it into an ice skating rink, or we didn't have to deal with riders' practices. We could put trick or treat in there. And I think it allowed us as an organization and with our partners to realize that having a trick or treat or an ice skating event in the stadium makes it a community center that happens to have a really great football team in it. And so I think what we did see is some of those really traditional community development amenities, and the role that we play in that was maybe more important than it's ever been. Challenge with it is, running recreation departments, it's, a trick-or-treat event isn't nearly as profitable as a Dallas Smith concert on a Friday night. But it has a social impact that might be well beyond what we could ever do at a live sporting event.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor, through you. Mr. Reid, can you tell us something about what your prospects for the coming year are? What entertainment events you hope to attract? What's new?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me start with probably what I would suggest is the biggest risk. The biggest risk that we have is we're not going to have a summer stadium concert this year. We have 4 booked for next summer, but the 2 artists that we had planned to play the facility are not vaccinated, and they're not prepared to quarantine in Canada for 2 weeks to wait to play a concert in Regina. I don't know why, but they're not prepared to. Both of those have deferred to next year in hopes of different times. In terms of entertainment that we're seeing, in 2019, we did 20 shows at the Brandt Center. This year, we have 26 shows currently in place between essentially the start of business and year end. So we will do more shows in the Brandt Center in a shorter period of time than we've ever done. What we continue to see is that those shows remain fairly unpredictable. They are all profitable, but some of them that you think would be a sellout just aren't, and some of them that you don't think are going to be a sellout are. And so our industry is perhaps more unpredictable than it used to be. We used to be really good at telling you exactly how many people would show to a concert, exactly how much you were going to spend on food and alcohol. That has shifted, and I don't think we have enough data to be perhaps as predictable as we once were. We believe that we'll continue to see significant growth on the recreational side of things, and we are already experiencing very prominent growth on the trade show and convention side of the business, where, as we'll note this week, hosting one of the largest trade shows or conventions that we ever have, people want to get back to in-person meetings. The other piece that we see some opportunity in our business is the hosting of national championships and major provincial events. For sports organizations that have been turned off in some ways and not hosting their traditional national championships, we have many coming back. So ultimately, the first 4 months of this year were probably more painful than we had anticipated that they would, because we didn't see the high margin or high yield elements of our business. I think through the rest of the year, it will get really good. And what we are experiencing on the entertainment side is all the artists that haven't played for 2 years, all of them are touring right now. And the risk that I see in that is I don't think Canadians are returning to the live entertainment business quite as quickly as our American counterparts. And so we may miss some of the opportunity that is all of these entertainers touring. Doesn't mean that we're not going to get to see them. It just means they may not be as profitable as they once were, because there's still a certain percentage of our population, I think, that feels uncomfortable going to large public gatherings. And what we've taken away from the United States is that will likely take 8 to 10 months for people's comfort level to return.
Thank you very much. One other question through you, Mayor, if I might. This week, we'll host the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Can you tell us what a convention like that, massive national convention, means to your facility and the ability to host it?
Yeah, I certainly can. And I mean, bottom line is that that event will drive about $250,000 in EBITDA So pure profit to our organization. Top line revenue is about $1 million of top line revenue. From a municipal impact standpoint, initial projections that we've seen on the visitor economy is upwards of $10 million. And so it fills hotels, it fills restaurants, it fills businesses. From our business's standpoint, it delivers $250,000 of profit. And we use those profitable events to prop up things that might be losses, such as community skating rinks or community soccer pitches or trick-or-treating events. And so, given the fact that we're breaking business best of times, that's a significant win for our bottom line and a huge win for the tourism economy here in Regina.
Thank you. You're all ready to go?
We're ready to go. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Shaw.
Just a couple quick questions. Thank you, Tim, for being here and great prospect. I talked about COVID before it all started, when it all started, and it was like, you've seen some really, really amazing things come out of such a crappy time in our life, and I hope we never live through this again. Just on a higher level, is there a couple of key points that you can tell us, things that you guys learned to do better for the future, for the business and for business and moving forward with your employees and with your staff, and things that just the top couple of things that you could say that yes, this is going to work better in the future. Through you, Mayor Masters.
Great question, and through the chair, I think I'd probably open by saying if hindsight was 2020, there's one question that I wrestle with a lot of the time. When COVID hit, we came in and spoke in front of you and said we've reduced our workforce by 82%. And at the time, that seemed like the only way to tread water, to be honest. And a year later or 2 years later, if there's one decision that I would say I still recognize that I'm not sure that I would make again, is that's probably the one. And I can't tell you today that was the right decision with what I know, because those people have been so hard to replace. And so for a workforce that is really dependent upon great people, and we have so many of them, you make a decision to suspend 82% of your workforce. That's hard. You recognize that 30 or 40% of that workforce has found other work or doesn't want to come back. That actually hurts a lot. And so probably the one question that still to this point I wrestle with as a leader is, was that the right decision? And financially, I can probably sit in front of you and say, in 2020, that was probably the right decision. I'm not sure that we're not paying a penance for that right decision in 2022. Second piece that I would say that we've learned around that scenario is that we are such a volume-based business. And so it's not about the peaks that drive success. This week will be a great week. We'll have FCM, everything will be full, but it's about filling in those valleys. And so I'll use a week like this week that is fantastic. Not that we want a Tuesday night football game every single week, but to have a Friday where we had a concert, a Tuesday with a football game, FCM moving in, followed by powwow this weekend. That's a week that there's literally no valleys in our business. So we were able to spend a lot of time at realizing where there was opportunity for growth in our business. Frost is a great example of that. We had a downturn traditionally in February where our buildings were vacant and they weren't well used. It's just not it's not the greatest time to visit Regina, to be honest, but it was a great time to use our amenities to create another signature event in our city. So probably three things I would say. One is, I don't know that our decisions of 2020 were the right ones. And I'm sure we're all thinking about that. Number two is really filling in those valleys in our business and recognizing that we may have to be creative at how we do that.
So next question, a little lighter. You said that the French fries have doubled in price. How's the beer price going?
The beer price is still pretty good.
Okay.
But we may need the margin on beer to pay for the French fries.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, looking at your expected positive earnings before interest, everything else, to a $200,000, is that considered with the loss of the two shows you were mentioning due to vaccine, and so you've already factored that in?
Through the chair, great question. No, it's not. And so the trend line that we see where it's forecasting to about $1.5 million, there's some additional risk in that. I will say there's some additional opportunity as well with some of the success we're seeing in the brand center. But coming out of the first quarter of operations, we're behind where we thought we would be, and I'm not sure that we can make that all up this summer.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no other questions from council. Mr. Reid, 2020 to 2021, revenues go up 81% and expenses go up 51%. So it's probably good news. You have a focus on loss before amortization and interest, a focus on EBITDA. In fact, reading the report from admin, another focus in terms of what's going to happen for 2022, which is my second question. Why the focus on EBITDA versus net loss for the year?
To the chair, and thank you for the question. One of the conversations as your operating entity, and I think this is really important for council to be aware of, we operate the assets at Evraz Place, at the Real District on your behalf. And that doesn't mean that they're still not your assets. And so part of the reason that we as an organization have focused on EBITDA is we believe that the capital maintenance of those facilities and the long-term planning of those facilities should be no different than discussion that you're sharing on the aquatic center today. If we continue to punt maintenance and management of those down the road just because they sit with your operating partner, you will find yourselves in the same challenging position with age assets that you'll have to replace. For us, and this has been our focus, our job is to drive a profit or the best possible operational performance on your behalf of those amenities. We will never be able to pay for the long-term maintenance of those assets through the operations, as you can see today or over the last 10 years. And so part of our push on EBITDA is as a reminder, in collaboration with Mr. Lacey and his team, that we still do need long-term replacement strategies around the assets that are at the Real District. Similar to the discussion that we're having around the future of the Brandt Center, ultimately, Real is not going to be able to pay for that. Ultimately, we will have to come back to you as the owner and work with you based on your prioritization of replacement of assets. So for us, if one of our ice rinks failed to operate, our role is to turn a positive EBITDA performance back to you. But we would come back to you as the owner to say we need $1 million to replace an ice plant, because ultimately, even though we operate at the asset of that ice facility or the Brandt Center or the Affinity Plex is yours as City Council. Hopefully that was clear.
Thank you, it was. I just wanted to hone in a little bit in terms of one of your revenue line items, which was sponsorship. It's the one that had the biggest increase. How have the sponsors been? 2020 was really tough. I would have thought 2021 would have been harder.
Yeah, two things, and probably the biggest thing in that is we were very fortunate through 2021 to secure a long-term naming rights partnership on the International Trade Center, now known as the Viterra International Trade Center. And so part of the lift that you see in that is the fact that one of our major assets has a naming rights on it. Truthfully, we only have 2 assets on the entire campus right now that don't have a naming rights, which would be the Canada Center. And I'm quite optimistic with the improvements that have been shown and the investment that's been collectively made that will happen soon in the Queensbury. And so the offset is the fact that in 2021, we did get a title sponsor for the Viterra International Trade Center, which helped, but we didn't lose a single partner through 2021. In some cases, we had to defer their sponsorship until 2022 when we could provide what we had promised them. Great example of that is we didn't steal nearly as much Coke or beer as we thought that we would. And so some of that had to be deferred to other years because those were volume-based accounts. But we didn't lose a single partner. We gained some new ones. And those that we had to perform to be able to hit their sponsorship numbers, they were willing to defer to future years.
Thanks for that answer. 2022. So what we were looking at originally as a 0.2 to the positive, so 200,000 in EBITDA for 2022. You got froze out in the first quarter due to COVID. How is the rest of the year looking?
Through the chair, the rest of the year is looking flat, is what I would say. And so we're anticipating that we'll continue to struggle to hold that line. Most of that probably driven by the impacts of inflation more than anything else, as well as the cost of staffing. The other impact within that is the impact of not having a summer concert. Summer concert for us is $1 million in profit. And so it is a big number when we get to host a Garth Brooks or a major event. And we were fortunate, we recently announced the Sunderland FC versus Toronto FC soccer match, which I think will provide us some opportunity. And the other side to it is that there are other cities that have concerts, and our team will be traveling to put the decking down in those venues. So the relationship that we built with Garth Brooks was so good that they've asked the team at Real to go and put the decking down at Commonwealth Stadium. And so even though we're not going to make the million like we did last time he came to play, we're still going to make $250,000 off putting his decking down on Commonwealth Field. And so we've been creative with that, but not having a summer concert will hurt, and I think we'll be chasing that. So right now we're chasing a $2 million deficit, really based on tough first quarter and not having a summer concert. Other than that, the rest of the year is actually really, really good and very busy.
Thank you. I can't believe Councillor Bresciani never asked this question. We opened a pickleball court. You opened a skate park.
We did.
Got anything else happening from a rec perspective?
Absolutely. And so I can say council was kind enough to allow some investments for temporary use facilities around volleyball and basketball, skateboard park, and in partnership with the Canada Centre. We were able to secure the additional $1 million of funding from the federal government that would allow us to complete that work. And so if you wandered in there today, the last pieces of equipment that we were waiting for are in, and essentially the unveiling will happen in September. But activity at the pickleball court, if you haven't been there, you should go. Skateboard park has some really fantastic participation, as well as a program around, frankly, youth recovery from COVID, allowing kids to participate in the skateboard park, and the volleyball facilities are full. So the Canada Centre went from something that wasn't particularly well used, other than for a few major events, to something that is actually a great community asset, and so that amenity's been very positive. In terms of commercial developments and what we can expect to see, the YQR distillery is in construction now with an October 1st opening date. So it should be open for Grey Cup and the start of another hockey season. The Agribition Commons, which is the space that we will retain for operations, has been designed and is going to be a great community space. I can say the letter of intent, the final lease components around our new hotel are in place and the agreement is set. We'll work with your team through permitting, but ultimately that will be a $40 million investment that we think will break ground next spring. And our belief is there'll be 2 more restaurant facilities that will open before this year's end. Similar in terms of value, anywhere from $4 to $6 million of capital investment and anywhere from 30 to 50 new jobs. So the commercial side is moving quite quickly as well.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. We have no further questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I ask you to return to the gallery. We'll now consider item CRM 22-15, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited Annual Submittal. Can I have a Mr. Lacey please introduce the report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters. Just very short comments. So the unanimous membership agreement between Riel and the city sets out its annual reporting requirements, which this report fulfills. As well, the report seeks council's approval to provide proxy delegation to the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability to exercise the city's voting rights at Riel's AGM. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I get a member of council to make a motion? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. It's all open for questions. Any members of council have any questions of administration? Seeing none. Councillor Mancinelli, you want to close off debate? All right, thank you very much. Councillor Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. I'd like to call upon delegation. Let's see who I've got here. Chris Lane. I'm going to wait till y'all stand up to determine who's actually here in person. We, Council, we have Tina Svedal, Chair of EDR, online virtually. Karsten Magalciesia, well, I'm going to brutalize that, apologize, and Chelsea Galloway, representing Economic Development Regina. I'm going to ask that you please introduce each of yourselves for the record. Organization you're from, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of Council, representatives from City Administration, and members of the public. Thank you for having us and allowing me to join by phone this afternoon. We're happy to be with you. For the record, my name is Tina Svedal, incoming Chair of Economic Development Regina. Joining you today is Chris Lane, our CEO, Karsten Michaela, our Chief Finance and Operations Officer, and Chelsea Galloway, our Chief Tourism and Visitor Economy Officer. Prior to this meeting today, we submitted our 21 annual report, which details the progress we made over the year. Hopefully you've had a chance to review that. And at this time, I would like to ask Chris Lane, our CEO, to bring forward a reflection of our 2021, annual review. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters, my name is Chris Lane. I am the recently welcomed CEO and President at Economic Development Regina, fresh into my 5th week here, so I have brought some backup for review of our annual report in a couple of our executive staff members here. And thank you to Ms. Svedal for your work as incoming chair. Mayor and Council, as you know very well, these are extraordinary times for our city and for the world. 2021 was a year of momentum for Regina, and despite the effects of COVID-19 in typical Regina fashion, the people of our city continue to build towards the future. In 21, EDR truly lived into its role as a catalyst and connector for Regina's economy. We saw some remarkable successes across the board. A few highlights here. On the investment attraction side, Red Leaf Pulp announced plans to build Canada's first non-wood pulp facility. Viterra announced they will be building the world's largest canola processing facilities. Cargill announced a new canola crushing facility. In a major sustainability win for the city, FCL and AGT announced they are collaborating to build an integrated ag complex with a renewable diesel fuel facility here in Regina. Whitecap Resources signed an MOU with FCL for a large carbon capture utilization project. And Brant Industries announced plans to hire more than 1,500 employees over the next 3 to 5 years. And Brant also made an historic acquisition of service equipment, positioning the company as one of the largest privately held dealers in the world. All told, Regina saw $4 billion in investment announcements for the region, $3 billion in merger and acquisitions deals, 4,000 new construction jobs, and thousands of permanent jobs. Pretty good for a single calendar year. 2021 also marked the launch of Regina's Ag and Food Innovation Strategy, which provides a pathway for the Greater Regina area to become an economically and environmentally sustainable ag and food cluster. The strategy builds on our natural strengths to create new opportunities and a new path forward. And a key component of that strategy, the Ag Tech Accelerator, which EDR is a founding and proud partner of, launched its beta cohort in 2021, attracting $1.6 million in funding to date. The year was also a productive year on the entrepreneurship front. In addition to highlighting almost 4 dozen local Regina businesses, our Audacity YQR movement gained significant momentum, launched the Audacity Mural Project, some of which you may see on billboards and buildings this week. We also launched the Hive YQR mentorship platform alongside FHQ Developments and the Women Entrepreneurs of Saskatchewan, and worked closely with the city to advance the competitiveness framework, which positions Regina as an even better place to do business. On the tourism and visitor economy side, Tourism Regina built on the momentum created by the committee members of the Tourism Action Committee to shine a light on everything this community has to offer. In 2021, we activated the community around 8 major events. Of particular note is the work we did to support Agribition, where Tourism Regina and its many partners were able to energize the city with event activations up to and during the show. We brought together more than 130 members of the tourism industry for the very successful Collaborate and Connect conference. We've placed new focus on product development, including the hop circuit and retro route, which we look forward to supporting new opportunities, including Indigenous tourism projects. We created 26 new digital guides for the city, which feature local tourism assets, events, and activities. And we dramatically grew our social media presence with a total reach of more than 2.7 million. 2021 also saw the beginning of Regina's Place brand project, which will tell Regina's amazing homegrown story and leverages the potential of investment attraction and visitor economy, creating opportunities for citizens, visitors, and business alike. Through all of these stories and many others, a common thread has emerged that EDR is at its best when we form strong partnerships, because economic development is a team sport, a concerted effort by many stakeholders and policymakers to promote and create a high standard of living, health, and prosperity for our community and for all residents. The work in 21 put EDR and Tourism Regina, and indeed the whole community, on a strong course to pursue opportunities for our city this year and well beyond. And while there is some change underway at EDR, we're proud of the momentum we've built in the past year and where Regina and this organization can go from here. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to present to you today, and we look forward to taking any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lane. I have a question from Councillor Shaw.
Thank you very much for presenting and being here. We're pretty excited about the change and you being on board. Just a couple of points actually could you make to me. What did you learn moving forward to do better from before through the chair?
Through COVID specifically, or through my incoming transition?
Yeah, your incoming transition.
Yeah, sure.
Please, thank you.
You know, through the chair, I think you know, it's pretty clear to me where I think the biggest opportunity for the city lies and what EDR's you know, opportunity is to lead that. I think what the ecosystem is looking for now from EDR is a center of expertise or a center of gravity around data, analytics, policy, where we work very much in concert with the city and our colleagues in those respective departments to formulate, you know, whether that's an investment attraction package or collaborate on things like place brand narrative. That can really, when we can start telling and then delivering on the advantages that Regina and the region have very specifically, I think, on the competitive landscape. So I guess in a short way, the learning is that partnership and teamwork, I think, is driven into everything that we do. The opportunities for economic growth and thereby community growth are so large for us right now that if we don't actively work to break down any silos that might exist, and if we aren't very intentional and deliberate about the alignment between city agencies and the city itself, I think we risk not capitalizing as much as we can on that. So my learning is that it all starts with foundational alignment, which will take effort, and I think it takes relationship building, and that's something that we, you know, I've only been around for 5 weeks, but we haven't waited too long on that front. I think it's the most important thing we can do right now.
So moving forward and making these adjustments, how specifically do you see the benefit? Whether it's through economy, building in businesses, the tourism, is there anything specific that you can say how this will really make a positive impact for EDR, for our city, for our businesses moving forward? Through you, Mayor Masters.
Sure, I think, you know, I can speak with some specifics. The things that we were already working on around that sort of foundational alignment, the business improvement districts and EDR are now working on a formalized agreement, for example, around hosting and investment attraction, so that we complement each other. In that same vein, we are working on a formalized agreement with trade and export development of the province around investment attraction and a pipeline for lead generation, and how do we lever each other's strengths and expertise. So those are two very specific examples of I think, new foundational relationship building and alignment that will have a very tangible win for us as EDR as we develop, I would say, co-located areas of expertise with other agencies that are all moving in the same direction. We will just coordinate our movements together.
Thank you for that answer, and I really look forward to seeing this move forward. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Mr. Lane, you talked about a couple of really important and impactful economic development opportunities. At the same time, we're seeing significant labor market shortages. So could EDR provide some outlook as to whether or not we have the staffing in the province or in the region to actually build these new facilities, staff them as they're operational, or maybe even broadly, what resources you have internally to provide assistance to industry as well as the city to do some labor market forecasting?
Yeah, through the chair, that is an excellent question. And I think probably the single most burning issue in terms of economic development right now, I think there is a shared consensus among industry and economic development agencies that workforce development, the talent pipeline, is facing a significant headwind. My vision for EDR is that we build the capacity in-house to be able to analyze that data and trends and not only understand it, but create policy recommendations that we can then present to leaders, to help leadership make decisions on how to mitigate that problem. Very tactically, I would say that EDR is a member of the Saskatchewan Business Council, which is planning a full-day strategy summit later in June on this particular issue. The Saskatchewan Business Council is made up of economic development agencies like us, but also post-secondary institutions in the province and every significant industry or trade association. So there is a common understanding and I think a common will to do what we can to mitigate that. And I think through education and upskilling is a significant platform, but also immigration policies and how new Canadians with skills that we need to advance the economic opportunities in this province, how are they encouraged by our partners across the country to make Regina their home?
Thank you. Through the chair, might it be possible to include some of this research and the outcomes of that work in future publications? I read the newsletters all the time. Is it possible to make that more robust with this kind of information?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely it is. And I think that's a project that we have already undertaken in the last couple of weeks at EDR, is a review of the documents and publications that we provide. So we are in a bit of a stakeholder engagement sessions about what kind of data our stakeholders are looking for. And not only how do we collect it and present it and what indicators are the most useful, but can we add value along the way with the capacity that we want to build in terms of policy analysts and even analysis from an economist as we build out what our offer is, I think, for our stakeholders. So yes, it's a very good question and a good point.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's related. Another spillover of the labor market question is housing people. In the last boom, we had too many people living in too few houses. It's a serious problem. There's a planning question there. Do you see EDR playing a role working with city staff and the community on actually aligning our labor market needs with housing, accommodations, and even recreation and other supports?
Yeah, through the chair, that is an exact example of, I think, the kind of workforce development work that needs to happen. When I talk about driving in foundational alignment between agencies that can make a difference with both research and advocacy on this is a shared responsibility between economic development agencies like ours, home builders, trade associations, polytechnic skill schools, and city administration as we try to mitigate that. So that is exactly the kind of teamwork and framework that I think this summit on the 28th of June, I believe, is scheduled, is to try to align work and efforts behind that. So we're not all individually trying to pick away at a problem, but we try to move the needle as collectively as we can.
Great, thank you. Mr. Reid in his presentation had talked about the unpredictability of his industry and where you might have more events, but the turnout might be a bit more variable and uncertain. from a tourism standpoint, are we seeing the same, or is it simply there's just not as many people coming here? Is there something that's shifted with the pandemic and not simply fewer people coming? I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
Yeah, and maybe I'll lean a little bit on my past life at Agribition for some of this knowledge too, if you don't mind, through the chair. You know, I think Mr. Reid's assessment of where the visitor economy market is right now, specific to the Real District, is actually you can extrapolate that, I think, in across the sector. I think where we see you know, real opportunity and real spikes are you know, in business convention work. I think FCM is a great example of that fills the city. So I think, you know, Mr. Reid pointed out, rightly so, that there is an increasing rebound around getting together for trade shows, conferences, and that kind of work. And so I think as Regina's strategy around tourism evolves to be very specific around events and conventions and trade show attraction, I think that's where the opportunity is, because that's the sector of the visitor economy that is willing to travel and is willing to be tourists. And I would say too, in you know, both 20 and 21, Tourism Regina really shifted focus from, obviously there isn't so much inward travel for net new visitors, but spent a lot of time and effort to create a local tourism market to make sure that the people of Regina were active and engaged in being tourists in their own city. And I think there was significant success in that strategy.
So just in regards to the investment attraction around all of the business that has been announced, the economic pieces, so what is EDR looking at how to kind of monopolize on that and bring other industries around it that can benefit?
A great question, thank you. You know, there's a couple phases of work that I still think we need to be very cognizant needs to happen. The announcement of the investments that we talked about, you know, we have some feeding and watering, I think, as a community and as EDR specifically along the way to make sure they get built and that investment shows up. Secondly, we will be working on a strategy about how do you lever that $4 billion worth of investment and turn it into 6 or 8. And I truly believe that's around you know, creating a bit of a hunting mentality for EDR around finding tertiary or secondary businesses that support that level of investment that we've seen so far, that support it, value add it, and again, create more opportunities in support of businesses around it. So I think it's a strategy of identifying what's connected to that business, and then making a very concerted effort on the investment attraction side and essentially the sales side. We're talking about turning a strategy around research and development into an actionable strategy around sales and attraction. So I think that's what you're going to see from EDR in the next little bit to make sure that we get every dollar we can in addition to the announcements already made.
Great, thank you. So other plants that have opened in other cities, will EDR kind of be going out to kind of feed off on what other businesses have opened up around those kind of businesses to kind of focus on that industries to bring here? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, through the chair, that's exactly right, Councillor. I think in the ag and food strategy, very specifically, it talks about stacking industry development on the key areas that we know that there's already interest and investment incoming. So in some ways, I mean, I don't never want to say it's easy, but in some ways, the industry is telegraphing for us where they want to invest their money in and around Regina. And it becomes incumbent on us to read those tea leaves and get in front of industry development, like I said, on a secondary or tertiary level around supporting that. So, you know, there are some models around we see where industry like that has already been developed, what kind of supportive industries there are around it. But I also think we have opportunities around tech in agriculture specifically, but also green tech and you know, and those are new emerging elements that I think are all supportive of the kind of industry investment that's happening here. So there's some new ground to be broken, I think. And that's, again, I think becomes a priority for us to build capacity to know what it is, become experts in it, and then go hunt it.
Thank you. Last question is for tourism, and just kind of wondering, in there it does talk about telling our Regina story. We did do a branding session a few months back, So can I just get an update as to kind of where is that at, and kind of just because I haven't heard anything since. So.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Through the chair, that's a project we are all awaiting, and we have a plan that we will start briefing stakeholders that helped build the product and the Place Brand project. We have a tentative plan to do a public launch and event of the Place Brand by the end of the month as well. Okay. So I can tell this room here that we are in the stages of finalizing some initial creative around it. The Place Brand project is really about a lot more than coming up with a logo or slogan. This is about a coordinated effort to answer the why Regina question amongst agencies and organizations that have a responsibility to position Regina, to tell the narrative about Regina, and ultimately to sell the city to both people and businesses so that we can grow.
Awesome. Great. I look forward to that. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just had a couple of questions. Kind of following up on the tourism question, I did have a question in the report. It talks about a goal to have at least one project around Indigenous tourism to have it launch ready. So I'm just wondering if you could just say a little bit more about what's being planned on that.
Sure. If it's okay through you, Madam Mayor, I would actually ask Ms. Galloway to answer that question specifically.
Awesome, thank you. Indigenous tourism development has been a big initiative that our team's been working on so far this year. We are a couple months into developing our strategy on what this will look like. And a big piece of that, which will start happening shortly, is the engagement with our Indigenous community and our Indigenous business leaders to talk about what that looks like. What does Indigenous tourism look like in our community? We want to make sure that we're being authentic. We want to make sure that we are working with the Indigenous community in doing this. And that has been a big part of the strategy. So the timeline for that right now is to be completed around October. In addition to that, our team has been engaging with as many different Indigenous tourism associations as possible. And so the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada has a Saskatchewan chapter that we've been talking with quite a bit. As well as there's a new Saskatchewan-based Indigenous Tourism Association that's also being developed. So we'll be working very closely with them as we develop this. And once that strategy is complete, we'll be going out to market to work with those Indigenous groups to bring Indigenous product to market and bring that to life so that we have some tourism experiences available for people.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then just my only other question is just regarding the budget ask. I did notice that in terms of third-party funding, it's increasing. There's an expectation that it's increasing from 1.66 million to 1.75 million. So if you could just say a little bit about, is it just an increase in partners that are funding it, or if the current partners are increasing their amount? And then the second part is last year, there was a special ask for an additional $200,000 from the City of Regina, in addition to the core funding. And this year it's $300,000. So if you could explain why that increase, what's that increase ask for?
Sure. Through the chair, I'll answer your first question first about around third-party funding. EDR is a P3 model, so not only do we receive core funding from the city, but third-party funding for us can come in a couple different veins. It can come through private industry investment, of which there's about $1 million in the budget for. And then it can also come as we leverage the funding that we get with federal and provincial programs as well. So often we build the structure to do the work of economic development, and there are individual projects that qualifies us to do and get funding for, and that's where that third stream of third-party funding comes from. Now, I would say in the budget that you've got before you were in 2022, much like Mr. Reid before us, there was some crystal ball looking as we created that budget. So I think through the leadership transition at both the executive and the board level, I think where we are tracking against that, I think is a bit it's probably not as accurate today as it would be in that budget forecast. But at the same time, EDR generally operates on the principle that if we don't earn it, we don't spend it. So there's an offset there in terms of budget expectations. But I think over the summer here, our investment partnership program will have a bit of a redesign too, and sort of the value proposition as we go out to industry changes a little bit. So we're working through that right now as well. Now, in terms of the special ask of the $300,000, I believe that is connected to the Tourism Recovery Fund. Okay, I'll actually ask Kirsten to take that question.
Awesome, thank you, and thank you for the question. So the difference in the additional ask related to tourism, that is solely related to tourism, and the reason for that is in 2021, throughout COVID, there was a lot of additional funding opportunities related to recovery, whether through WD, which is now Prairies Can. We received some recovery funding for Tourism Sask. A lot of those programs have ended or are in the process of kind of winding down now. And so without that, we want to continue to build on the momentum we had started. And so just to keep driving some of our projects forward, the ask from the city increased as a result.
So just to follow up, is there an expectation that it's unlikely that ask will be there again next year if things go well this year?
I wouldn't say that we're certain at this point. We never know what's going to happen in the future. We'll never commit to it being, one time. We evaluate each year as a separate entity and try to balance our budget. But we do know that we don't spend what we don't have, and so we look at the risks each year and try to find new sources as much as we can.
If I could, through the chair, maybe just add to that answer. We are not that far away from beginning the process of our 2023 business plan and associated budget with that. So I think there will be, because of a refresh in direction and leadership, probably an open conversation around what a tourism funding or tourism related funding request would look like. I don't know what that will look like, but I would expect it would change. It's what it is today is probably not what it will be around the next round of our planning.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just think it would have been helpful to have a little more information about why the increase in that budget. So for next year, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. I see no further questions from council, so I just have a couple. Building on what Councillor Stanachek just asked, I just want to verify that I got this right, because I want to know about your restricted accumulated surplus. If I'm reading it correctly, in 2021 you ended the year with $300,000 in the bank relative to tourism. Is that correct?
We have $300,000 in restricted funding as it relates to tourism, yes.
What was the source of that funding?
I would say that was generated mainly due to receiving queues.
Sorry, say it again?
We received that from queues. That's majority of what our surplus was created by for both EDR and tourism.
And queues is what?
The wage subsidy from the federal government.
Okay, so in terms of other income on your statement of operations, you've got $305,000 from the emergency wage subsidy. And then the balance at the beginning of the year was $300,000 with nothing spent and ending at $300,000. Have I got this right? Point number 11, accumulated surplus. I'm curious as to its.
Yes, so in 2020, the board established a restricted surplus related to tourism recovery and ag and food as we ended 2020 with quite a significant surplus in terms of EDR historically. That hasn't happened before, mostly because of receiving federal government subsidies, which kind of stacked on top of funding we were already receiving. And we also didn't have the opportunity to spend as much as we would in a normal year with everything kind of shutting down. And so those surpluses were established, and we didn't need to spend any of them in 2021.
And in the 2022 budget, you asked council specifically for another $300,000 for tourism, in addition to the one time that became the two-time ask of plus 200K. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
I guess my question is, did we really not have initiatives to spend the $300,000 on?
I could try to answer.
You know, through the chair, you know, maybe, and again, forgive my lack of knowledge on the subject. You know, I think probably as we present budgets, we do so with sort of the best intentions of what might be available, so that we're ready to activate as we expect the industry to come back. I know I can't speak with total authority on what I assume might happen, but it would make sense to me from my previous experience in agrivision that you know, not every opportunity that you want to be funded for presents itself. So if without assigning, you know, too much fact to why we're in the position we're in, I can assume that there was probably some sort of planning versus execution discrepancy there.
I think Tina Sadel would like to speak.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Mayor Masters. Also, with the CEWS subsidy, it was timing of receipt of that cash, and two, we were advised by our third-party accountants that the municipal corps may have some risk attached to it receiving that subsidy, and that still remains the case. So it was definitely a timing of cash flow and the likelihood of receipt of that money, which is why there was no spending until it was actually in the bank.
Okay.
So if I can reiterate, it was a timing issue, Mayor Masters.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Question was asked about private industry, the 1 point whatever million dollars. If I'm understanding your answer correctly, about half is private and half comes from federal governments. Is that about right?
In the last year, through you, Madam Mayor, it was about $1 million in private industry funding. The remainder would have been through other government program funding.
How much of the $1 million is actually cash?
That's an excellent question, Mayor. Kirsten, would you know the answer to that specifically?
I do. So through the chair, our in-kind funding was actually very low last year compared to other years, and was only about $60,000 of the total dollars. So.
Perfect. Thank you. Chris, I know you're new in the role. What 3 things do you want to achieve in 2022?
I think, Madam Chair, the most important things that EDR can achieve for the rest of the year is capacity building, expertise, so that we build a team and a service that I think is not only ready and nimble, but seen as and proven to be the go-to experts for all things economic development in the city. So, you know, through transition at the board and at the executive level, we have some gaps to fill. We have some capacity to build. I believe that EDR is in a show me, don't tell me phase right now, and we need to build the building blocks to be able to do that. So that is an internal to-do list. I think the second thing that we need to achieve in 2022 is launch the place branding project with a full understanding and collaboration of the partners we need to make it successful. So you'll see that happen fairly quick here. And then I think, thirdly, EDR needs to prioritize workforce development and the strategies to be able to support industry in attracting people to do the work here that is going to show up on our doorstep whether we like it or not. And I would say today we are probably not ready for that as a community to be able to service the amount of investment that is looking to come to Regina. So I think in the next 6 months of the year, we need to play a leadership role in mitigating that problem. And both of the first two things I said, I think are in support of that. So it's identifying what our biggest obstacle is to realizing that growth and investment, and then doing the work to mitigate it and turn it into a positive.
Thank you. Single biggest opportunity, single biggest risk for EDR, not the city necessarily.
I think the single biggest opportunity for EDR is the amount of connected investment available in the ag and clean tech / ag tech space that is available that hasn't been sort of announced and made Regina its home yet. I think the corollary to that is that the single biggest risk is that we get in a situation where we believe our own press that we are the natural home for that and the only home for it, and we don't do the work to be out in the marketplace, understanding the competitive landscape and the other cities that are competing for what I truly believe we own a competitive advantage for. And the risk is that we don't do the work between now and then to make sure that it's our competitive advantage. We can't just tell ourselves that. We need to tell the world that, and we need to believe it as a group, I think. And that's where the foundational alignment between agencies and the city comes to bear.
Perfect. Thanks very much. I see no other questions from my fellow council members, so I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you for the
We'll now consider CM 22-17, Economic Development Regina 2021 Annual Submission. Mr. Lacey, can I have you introduce the report, please? I swear I'm trying.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the report in front of you meets EDR's annual reporting obligations under the unanimous membership agreement with the city. The report is asking council's approval to delegate to the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability, the city's proxy vote to vote on a number of matters as outlined in the recommendation that will occur at the annual general meeting of EDR.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Sikiniak. Seconder, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any questions from council on the matter? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much. For fear that we're approaching 5 o'clock, there are a couple things that we have to get done at this meeting. Well, I'm happy to continue working through the agenda, but I'm going to turn your attention to CM 22-16, the 2022 Regina Public School Board Number 4 Subdivision Number 2 by-election. City Clerk, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So this report is being brought forward in accordance with the Local Government Election Act. Council is required to approve the following matters with respect to the by-election that has to be called for the public school board, setting the date for the by-election, the polling areas and places for the election, and the remuneration for election workers. The election coordinator, myself, and the public school board have worked on the recommendations that have been put before you. The school board does agree with the date that's being proposed in the report.
Thank you to the clerk. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Fendura. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any questions from members of council on this report? Seeing none. City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Council, I'll direct you next to the other item that has to get done today, is we'll consider CR 22-66, appointment for the Regina Planning Commission. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, could I please ask that you introduce the report?
Thank you. So this report is to fill a vacancy on the Regina Planning Commission. Executive Committee has nominated Maynard Sontag for this position. And Executive Committee seeks concurrence.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I'll ask the question. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to council. I'll rewind in time now. And we'll go to CR 22-65, the retrofit rebate program. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can I ask you to introduce the report?
Yes. Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding it on the agenda. There it is. Okay, so this recommendation is to create a retrofit rebate program for residential, and this is in concurrence with the federal government's Greener Homes Grant program. The maximum grant from the city would be $5,000. So this is to an initial program that is recommended to be implemented to take advantage of this federal program that is happening at the same time. The Executive Committee also seeks concurrence for these recommendations.
Thanks, Councillor Zakidniak. Can I have a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We come to a table report. We will consider CM 22-14 Heritage Demolition 1863 Cornwall. This item was tabled on May 18th, 2022, meeting of council during the debate on the amendment that was brought forward from Councillor Dan LeBlanc. We're going to continue with the debate on the amendment, which has been placed on the screen by the clerk. One moment. Councillor Mancinelli moved the tabling report. Councillor Mancinelli, do you have any further comment on this? Absolutely. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the debate on 22-14 Heritage Demolition be tabled to our next council meeting to enable me, pursuant to Section 27 of the procedural bylaw, to hereby give notice of a motion to reconsider the referral motion that I moved at the last council meeting to the effect that the administration seek an arm's-length third-party expert opinion on the best approach for preserving the Burns-Hanley facade by an expert who is familiar both with heritage and heritage construction. That motion being defeated on a 5-5 tie with one councillor absent Mayor Masters, there are conflicting expert opinions on the table from the stakeholders involved. The experts are not here and haven't been here. I would like to table this motion so that we can hear from a third-party independent expert to enable us to judge which method of preserving the facade, be it bracing the facade or deconstructing storage and reconstructing the facade, is appropriate with the pros and cons.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'm just going to take 1 minute here to confer with the city clerk. Councillor Hawkins needs a seconder. Councillor LeBlanc. He just needs a majority vote to table this until the next meeting. Everyone understand? Okay. Motion to tables goes to, oh, hello, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not my role to enter debate here. I want to advise members of council that it is administration's position that a 2-week turnaround may not be sufficient.
Councillor Hawkins, do you want to add 2 weeks to this?
Sure, I'm happy to add 2 weeks to it.
Like, we can come, we would come back earlier if we can. So if we have up to.
Sorry, 1 second here. What we're going to vote on in terms of the tabling motion is to bring it back at the next council meeting to reconsider it at that council meeting, at which time they'll open the door for you to come forward with a time frame.
Our apologies.
Make sense? No, it's not straightforward. Councillor Hawkins, we have 1 moment. Okay, council. So we're going to a vote that Councillor Hawkins is asking us to table this for 2 weeks so that he can bring a reconsideration motion back in 2 weeks' time. And you heard the rest. It's a motion to table, essentially. It's just a motion to table. So would you table it for 2 weeks so that he can, so the procedure bylaw states that he can give official notion if he gets a majority vote of council right now. It gets tabled until the next meeting, at which time he can bring a reconsideration motion forward. That's just the procedure around it. All right, City Clerk, call the vote on the tabling motion.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion to table and give notice that Councillor Hawkins will be bringing forward a reconsideration of his referral motion has carried 8-3, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mole, and Mayor Masters. And the following voting against are Councillors Shaw, Stevens, and Mancinelli.
Mayor Masters, it's just a clarification question. I believe I have now given notice of motion to reconsider so that it will be considered at the next meeting. Am I required to do anything more? Thank you.
Council, if you'll indulge us, it is only 5:05, so if no one makes a motion to adjourn, I think we can plug through some of the other issues before us. Yeah, we're not. We'll consider item CR 22-67, the Hyperion upgrade consulting approval. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, could I ask you to introduce the report?
Sure. So this recommendation is to initiate a public procurement process to engage consulting and professional services over $750,000 to support the modernization of our budget and forecasting system. Executive committee.
Can we have a seconder on the motion? Thank you, Councillor Findura. As Deputy Mayor highlighted, this was debated at length at executive. Do we have any questions from council? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the vote.
We didn't. Do you want to just clear it and start it over? Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. We'll now consider item CR 22-68, Property Tax and Utility Affordability Program. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you. The recommendations in this report are to implement a low-income municipal property tax deferral program for senior citizens or people living with disabilities, and a water utility rebate program also for senior citizens or people living with disabilities, and high-efficiency water retrofits program for low-income senior citizens or low-income people living with disabilities. Executive Committee had a lengthy discussion in relation to this report and seeks concurrence with these recommendations.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm going to get you to just give me the consent that there's a friendly amendment to recommendation number 12 to correct the typographical error referenced as CR 21-141. It's actually CR 21-142. Just get you to concur with that before I ask for a seconder. Okay,
Agreed.
awesome. Can I have a seconder, please, on the program? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Questions from members of council? Seeing none. Clerk, I'd ask you to call the vote. Oh, I apologize. Councillor Findura.
To you, Mayor, just to clarify, I think at the executive I voted against it. So the question is, reading through it, I've not seen one. We talked about a few things at the executive, but reading through this, who can qualify for this? Which group? Who? Seniors, social assistants, all that. Who can qualify for this, and what's the? Let's start with that question first.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So households that have seniors, or households that have individuals living with disabilities who have incomes less than the below tax low income cutoff would be eligible for these programs.
Okay. So, Mayor Master, so if I'm reading this, if I'm hearing this correctly, that when I say low income, meaning is that individuals are on the assistance as a provincial social services assistance? Is that all mixed together, or are you talking about someone who is as a senior on the low income or fixed income, pension, whatever?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I may ask Ms. Mills to provide council with background about where the below tax low income cutoff comes from and how that's determined.
Thank you, through the mayor. So the low income cutoffs that we're using are the income cutoffs that are determined by Statistics Canada for a municipality of our size. I think the question is is it the people on social assistance? They are within that category, they could qualify, but it also will cover individuals who are not receiving those programs.
Okay. So, Mayor, for that, this is where the executive had an issue with that. I have no problem with the individuals on disabled, low income, but I've had difficulties on kind of wrapping my head around social assistance. Government pays for some of these programs. So how do we then, how does the government, how do we as a city then divide that? Who's going to pay for what? Who's going to get pulled from where? That's the question I have. There'll be some individuals going to be at the very threshold of the bracket. So some of the low income folks will be paying for that, yet not getting it. So I'm just not understanding how that really is going to benefit. When I came up with that motion to say I'm looking at seniors or individuals with disability that are not on assistance, that are in low, that threshold, low income, to be assisted, to be helped with their day-to-day operation, to pay for their water. How is that going to work? I mean, I just can't seem to see that balanced well.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so when we refer to assistance or social assistance, I think there's various forms that individuals that meet this threshold or are below this threshold receive, and I think it depends on that type of assistance. So there's a typical social assistance programs that I think of, that we think of that are offered by the province. There's also federal programs as well, such as the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the Old Age Security Program for seniors, and so some of those applicants would be receiving those social assistant programs as well. When we brought, when this policy discussion occurred in the fall, an administration was directed to bring a program, bring programs forward that are here before you today. Part of that discussion was, as we understood it as administration, concerns expressed by council around increasing costs of utility and individuals that were low income, particularly low income seniors and individuals with disabilities, their ability to pay for those increasing water rates. And the same discussion occurred with respect to property tax. Most of these social assistance programs do not have dedicated funding or direct correlation to utility billing. I'm using that as an example. I think there's one or two exceptions, but by and large, it's a broader bucket of social assistance that's provided, funding that's provided. And then as utility costs, for example, increase, it eats into that supplemental income that's made available through the social assistance programs. So it was our understanding that when council provided us the direction and the discussion that occurred in the fall was what programs could be offered to help reduce and mitigate some of the costs associated with either rising property tax rates or utility billing rates. And as a result, the programs before you here, we believe achieve that goal.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. So if I understand this correctly, the whole package with wherever the individuals are, how they get their funds, where they get the money from, this will help everyone and there'll be no difficulties. For instance, I'm looking at the province not going to get involved and also cutting off some other things from the folks because we are putting something through. That's it's a kind of unknown question that I'm questioning. So, but there still has to be a question. Well, how is that going to work? I mean, have we discussed this with the province, meaning that we are including the individuals that do get their living from that assistance from the province, from us taxpayers? So, am I understanding that correctly? You don't need to answer, but
no, So I think it's and once again, we brought this report forward, these programs forward at the request of council from the fall, through you, Mayor Masters. I think it's in part because there's recognition that the federal government and the provincial government do have significant roles to play with respect to providing assistance to individuals, to households that are in this, that meet the threshold that we've defined here. When requested for us to review what other jurisdictions were doing and bringing this program forward, I think as administration, we understood that as being council is, you know, as a third level of government. Also saw a need and perhaps an opportunity where at a municipal level with respect to municipal property taxes and a municipal service water utility, where we as a municipality could provide additional support to these individuals. But I do think it does, you know, come back to the broader perspective about what is the municipality's role with respect to providing social assistance and other type of supports within the community. This program would provide a role that the municipality would play within that broader framework and discussion.
Okay. Master, thank you very much. Mr. Lacey, appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, through you. I too voted against this at the executive committee. I want to give 4 reasons. 1, we know whose role is direct social assistance is. It's the province's role. And I worry that if we get involved in this kind of direct social assistance, it's just going to encourage the province to download this responsibility to us. And frankly, the municipal taxpayers don't have the capacity that the provincial taxpayers have to offer this kind of direct subsidy. So I'm worried about downloading. Second thing, I'm worried that this is a cross subsidy in which those people who are not particularly well off, just above the cutoff line, will in fact, through their water utility rates, be subsidizing those people who are just below the poverty line. This kind of problem does not arise in the provincial sector, in the provincial government, because of the scaled income tax system. So I don't think that the water utility rates are an appropriate vehicle to have people cross-subsidize lower income people. I also worry that that there's a principle here. I believe that our whole water rate utility structure is based on a principle of user pay. And I think anything that erodes that principle threatens the ultimate security of our water rate system. I think that there are other ways to deal with social issues than through the water rate structure. And finally, I think this is a budget matter. We are facing a serious increase in water rates this year. In our budget update, I think it was suggested that they might be between 3.5 and 5%. Water rates are a real burden on our taxpayers, and I'm very reluctant to see that burden increased unless we consider this matter in the whole context, the overall context of setting utility rates during the budget debate. So for those 4 reasons, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So I guess the question that I have is in regards to the, if someone with a disability is on SED, which would be, if it's a program, they make $1,200 a month, would this then be considered, this rebate, would that be considered as earnings and then goes against their, I guess I just need to be clear, because I don't want to, Councillor Fundura had made a point where if we're subsidizing, I'm not going to subsidize it so it can be taken away. The government then saves their dollars. That's not the intent. The intent is to subsidize it so it gives them extra dollars to be able to live and afford that. So do we have that information? Because that's important.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Mills to confirm this, but it is my understanding that we've structured these programs such that there would not be a reduction or pullback in benefits from the other levels of government. Ms. Mills, could you confirm that, please?
Yes, through the mayor, that is correct. We did work with the province in making sure that our program details would not affect the subsidy. So I was doing the rebate as a reduction in the bill, and then the retrofit program through the voucher program as opposed to a cash rebate. That way we confirm that there will be no reduction in benefit to those customers.
Okay. So then that would be a moot point to Councillor Findera's point. It would actually go that they would be able to use that. It would not be deducted from their benefit. It would actually go to them. That's accurate. Okay. Thank you. That's clear. I would just say that, do we have the housing incentive program? The HIP program that we have that we give millions of dollars to every year?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, the city also has a housing incentive program. That is correct.
And housing usually is looked after by the provincial government. Usually that's their responsibility, is it not?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, the provincial government also has a role in housing and low-income housing.
Thank you. I see this different. And the reason I see it different is that I've indicated that at our executive, is these are our most vulnerable. I'll talk about our seniors and I'll talk about people with disability who cannot work. It's not like they're sitting at home not doing anything, they cannot work. And the prices of everything has gone up. And it's unfortunate. I think we should lobby the provincial government to do more. After our meeting at executive, I did send an email because I do think that there is more to be done. Other provinces have done more. But I think that it is something that we need to also be cognizant of at this time. We're seeing many seniors who have fought for this country and are eating bread and butter because they can't afford food. These are seniors. So this is a small rebate, but I think it would help people out. And also, I would say our most vulnerable, who have the smallest voice, are people with disability. They're the ones that just chug along to go, and they need that extra help to give them a little something extra. Because both of these live in poverty. We know that. So I think I would like to see, and I could ask administration, after 1 year, I would like to see a report come back, because I'm not sure that the other piece where the retrofits may be utilized, but if it's not at that time, then we can, again, take that money out of the budget and put it somewhere else. So if a report comes back, I would be fine, and then we can see if there's an uptake and go from there. That's all I have, and I think we should support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, I do have a question. I noticed under the low-income municipal property tax deferral program, there's a line that reads, deferred taxes are not subject to penalties as long as a repayment event has not occurred. Could you just give me a little bit of explanation on how that would actually go out in a real world situation? I just want to understand when the penalties would start to be charged.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Ms. Mills.
Through the mayor, so an example of repayment event may be if the person who's no longer eligible, no longer subside or resides at the property, then the property taxes, then we would work with the customers to set up a repayment program. And then if those payments aren't being made, then they would be subject to penalty.
Thank you. I guess just to voice my support for the program, it's geared towards people with disability and seniors who have been on fixed incomes. It's only geared towards their income, not where they get that income from. I can think of plenty of instances of pensions where they might be stalled out that would qualify people for this, or CPP, which is also government funded. For me, this is going to target people who are getting ground under in today's markets, so I'll support it.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So just to clarify, Councillor Hawkins had talked about how the province will benefit by not giving people more money. Can you tell me an incident, so if this isn't going to affect anybody that's on the SED program to lower their income because they get some money back, or are they not paying as much, who would not qualify for this then? Or how would the provincial government give less money to people on a program and not give? Does that make sense? For the chair?
So through you, Mayor Masters, the way the programs have been structured, we structure it in a manner that the province would not be reducing, or the feds would not be reducing the amount of benefits that the recipients that qualify for these programs would get from the city.
So that just answers the question. They're not downloading. Am I correct in understanding that through the chair?
So through you, Mayor Masters, maybe that's a question more for Councillor Hawkins. I think there's a broader policy discussion then about what are the three level of government's role with respect to providing assistance to individuals in need. And certainly with the approval of this program, we are adding a program that we did not provide before to provide assistance to these individuals. So from a monetary perspective, we've structured it such that the province wouldn't pull back money or have the ability to pull back money. I do not want to speak for Councillor Hawkins, but I think it's the broader philosophy of what is the role of a municipality and when other levels of government have a responsibility as well as with respect to supporting these individuals, and some might argue maybe a bigger responsibility.
Councillor Shaw, would you like to address the question to Councillor Hawkins?
Sure.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My point was this: social assistance is a responsibility of the provincial government. If we step in and start taking over social obligations for social security, albeit in this case quite small, I worry that that will encourage the province as we move into the future to give less and less social assistance programs, the province knowing that the municipality is likely to take those programs over. To put it another way, not presumably, when the province calculates the amount of social assistance that it should award, it takes into account housing, it takes into account food, it takes into account utilities. It will stop, I'm concerned, taking those things into account if we occupy the field ourselves. Now, if you ask me a different question, which is, do I think the province's social assistance rates are high enough? I would say, no, I don't think they are. But I don't think that's a responsibility the municipality can take over.
Can I ask one more question?
You have more time? Absolutely.
I look at, if we're talking about us taking the responsibility of the province, I do recall just a little while ago, we gave $1 million annually to 120 Broad Street housing. I don't feel we are doing that. We're doing it all the time. So this is just a little something, and then the government's not taking that money back from these people. So they're getting an extra, say, $40 a month, when Tim Reed just said French fries doubled in cost. So I just want you to take a little look at it that way, to say that, this is just a small amount for a few low-income people when we're doing this all the time. And if we're not gonna do it, then don't do it, but we're doing it.
Through you, Mayor, I'm reluctant to enter a debate like this, but it's true we've done some of it in the past and we've increased doing it. I'm just concerned that if we keep on doing it, the province will happily leave the social assistance domain to us, and I think that would be a problem.
Got it. Thank you. I fully support this. I'm glad this came across our table. I'm glad I was on council to be able to vote in favor of this. I strongly encourage everyone to vote in favor of this. This is a small amount of money that makes, like I said, French fries doubled price in 2 weeks. So gives them a little bit more money for the grocery bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. One of the reasons I think that we're having this discussion and this program is before us is because an acknowledgement that our utility rates are high and can be a burden to some people. So my question is to administration is just regarding, because we just had a discussion about infrastructure funding earlier today, and the fact that we have greater infrastructure needs than we have funding for. Are there opportunities like for future infrastructure upgrades to our utility? Are there funding opportunities that we can apply for to try to, so that it's not just a user pay? I understand the user pay model in terms of getting the water and, removing the sewer from the home, but the other larger infrastructure costs that we have, and they're significant in this area, in the water and sewer, that we can apply for more infrastructure funding so that we don't have to be paying for that solely through user fee increases.
Mr. Lacey?
So through you, Mayor Masters, certainly when we undertake any infrastructure project, we do look to see what programs are available. Those programs do change often annually as well, as new programs are introduced and other ones expire. So that is something that we continuously look at and form as part of our plans. Sometimes programs can cover a significant part of the infrastructure project, sometimes only a portion. But we do make every effort to maximize acquiring third-party funding where that opportunity exists.
Okay, thank you. I support the report and the recommendations and hope that we can find ways to keep our costs reasonable.
Thanks, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I was reluctant to enter into the debate, but the fact that I agree with Councillor Shaw is like catching the eclipse. It doesn't happen very often, but my colleague is spot on. And I know there's a lot of fuss about downloading. When the province handed us the regulation of taxis, that was downloading. This is your problem. You resource it, you regulate it. Same with paratransit. Very clear offloading of an entire suite of services, shouldering us with the responsibility of delivering that service, etc. That's downloading. If the province told us you're now responsible for administering Regina housing in its entirety or delivering social service benefits, that's downloading in its entirety. I respect the concern, but this actually complements a suite of programs and services we offer. Play escapes, affordable fun passes, affordable transit passes, the low-income transit pass. We have free pools that are attached to community centers and spaces because we understand that they offer an important service. And it could be easy to say, well, just increase basic income or deliver basic income and we all have our problems solved. We download, if you will, socioeconomic issues onto fire and onto police. We have a community grants stream of funding that accomplishes all of this. And by comparison, this is probably the cheapest of all of the options and the tools that we have. I'd also say it's not the job of Sask Power to deal with income distribution, but over the pandemic, they offered rebates to everybody. It was universal to offset the costs and the hardship. Got $100 from SGI, didn't need it, probably shouldn't be subsidizing cards, but it was attached to a surplus as well as the socioeconomic realities of people in the province. We can use Crown utilities and we can use our utilities because they are there and we can balance a bunch of other functions with them. I guess just by way of conclusion, this is a terrible reflection of what I do with my time, but I was actually reading the Cities Act because of this debate. Awful. There are two or three prime responsibilities of a councillor. One is to attend these meetings. The other is to look out for the well-being of the community and the city. It doesn't say that you only look after sewer and all these suite of services. It's not even in there. It's a made-up function in some respects of our responsibilities. It's to look out for the well-being of our community and our city. This is doing just that. And again, I think it complements what we already do in a fairly inexpensive fashion. And I think we can advance this by simply reducing the cost and not supplementing existing income support. So while I respect Councillor Hawkins, I'm going to side with Councillor Shaw on this one. She owes me a beer. And I do appreciate the work. The extensive work that administration has done on this report and other utility reports.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no further questions. Mr. Lacey, how much are we spending to get the low-income municipal tax deferral program?
So the low-income municipal tax deferral program, at the end of the day, it's really a revenue deferral, or deferring the timing and when we're going to collect those taxes. So ultimately, at the end of the day, any deferral that occurs will go against that property, and when that property is sold, the city would receive the funding owing to the city. So any loss to the city would be interest foregone to basically cash flow that period of time related to that timing difference, which we anticipate to be minimal.
Thanks. And if I read the report correctly, we're expecting maybe a few dozen applications?
We do expect there to be minimal uptake from what we've seen in other similar programs in other jurisdictions.
Same question. What are we spending to get high efficiency water retrofits?
So through you, Mayor Masters, under that program, we're estimating an annual cost of $300,000 a year.
Based on what?
So I will ask Ms. Mills to get into a little bit more detail on how that has been calculated. Ms. Mills?
Through the mayor, so for that program, we looked at the fixtures, I guess, that would provide the most bang for your buck, which are your toilets, your faucet aerators, and your shower head in terms of reducing water consumption. And then we went out and we talked to some of the plumbing contractors in the industry to decide what would be the cost of installing those fixtures in a property. And then we kind of looked at how many properties some of the other retrofit programs are servicing per year, did the math, and that's how we landed on $300,000.
Interestingly, we just approved recently a program for home retrofits under the Greener Homes program. Why does a high efficiency water retrofits not fit under the Greener Homes Fund?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I would say first that this is targeted specifically to low-income senior citizens, as well as low-income people with disabilities, households, whereas the other program you referred to is a much broader general program. So this is a much more targeted program, although there very well might be some overlap.
So you actually can't tell me that based upon our going out and searching for low income or people with disabilities that we just couldn't help them apply for the Greener Home Fund program federally funded up to $5,000. We couldn't do that?
Sorry, through you again, Mayor Masters. Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Probably not, but I'll try.
Okay.
You're saying that we're targeting low income and folks with folks with disabilities and low income seniors. I don't think we need any moral pontification about everyone being in favor of helping those folks when we can. Why are we helping them if there's a Greener Homes program that they could apply for, that frankly, we could help them apply for? There's a fund currently available for this very thing federally. Why are we doing it?
So thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I will admit I'm not totally familiar with the federal program, so I can't speak to that specifically. I may ask Ms. Mills if she has any comment on that, or perhaps Ms. Simpson around that piece.
Through the mayor, I'm actually going to give that question to Mr. Hurtez.
All right, you're up.
Through you, Mayor. The types of retrofits that are covered under this program would normally be eligible under the Greener Homes Grant. The issue with the Greener Homes Grant in this situation is that it's provided as a rebate. So there's this problem of upfront costs that low-income households they're just not able to get over that barrier a lot of the time. The other consideration in this case is that in the case of a rebate, it would potentially impact social assistance recipients' incomes if they were able to overcome those upfront costs, which is one of the reasons we have not recommended structuring the retrofits program as a reimbursement. So those are primarily why they are not considered under this.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the answer. We contacted the federal government to see if they'd partner with us, and we're certain that a rebate on capital investment would take something off of social assistance. We're positive.
If it is provided as a cash transfer to the household's bank account, then yes, it would.
All right. But we haven't called the province to see if we could somehow squeak out a program that the federal fund would be available. We could actually loan the individuals the money. Like, we could actually do the program, but the feds would pay for it. And our time would be time in through the application process. I mean, hey, we're doing it in terms of the home retrofit program, in terms of stacking and sending people to that application. So now we're helping them fill it out. But we haven't contacted the governments to find out if there would be something in this that the province would be willing to accommodate.
So in this case with Greener Homes Grant, the households still have to pay that upfront costs to get the benefits of the program. Our program does stack on top of it, but it is still a rebate style program. In terms of how it interacts with the provincial social assistance programs, the social assistance can work in exemptions for certain programs, and I will admit I'm not certain if there's an exemption for this Greener Homes program in there.
Just curiosity again, one more time. There's nothing saying we can't loan the individuals the upfront money for the rebate to come back from the federal government program, is where I'm trying to get to.
So our understanding of the Cities Act at the moment is that we can provide loans to municipal corporations and to nonprofit organizations. I do not believe we can provide them directly to households, but perhaps I'll defer to Mr. Lacey on that.
All right, Mr. Lacey.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I don't think we've specifically gone to the province and asked them if, we could work through a program where if these individuals accessed federal funding and it went into their bank account, that it wouldn't be deducted. So that is not a conversation that we had specifically with the province. With respect to advancing them funds, until such a time as they do receive a rebate, that I believe would require some further analysis by us, unless Mr. Weary is in a position to answer that today. I know there are some restrictions with respect to what the city can do with respect to loaning funds to individuals, and I just don't know. It would probably depend on how you structured that program and whether or not you could do so legally under the Cities Act. And maybe I'll just ask Mr. Weary for additional comment on how you might be able to structure a program or not be able to.
Thank you, Mayor. That question, the authority is covered under 151 of the Cities Act, relates to loans and guarantees, and there are restrictions that I think would prevent it from being an option for this program. As was previously stated, it has to be made to a controlled corporation or a business improvement district. Would have to be by bylaw, so I don't believe that what's proposed here would be permissible under the Act.
Well, we've never asked the province to see what they might accommodate with us. Okay. How many individuals do we expect or estimate are going to apply for the high efficiency water retrofits again?
I'll refer that to Ms. Mills.
Through the mayor, I believe we're estimating between 100 and 150 households per year that we would give the grant to. In terms of application, we're unsure of how many would apply, but it would be a first come, first serve in terms of administering the grant.
And the cost to the rest of the ratepayers is what for the program?
For the high efficiency retrofit program, the cost is a daily charge of 1 cent per day, so $365 per year, or $3.65 per year, sorry.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, let's go to the last one, the rebate program. What's it gonna cost us?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we are estimating that the rebate program would cost us $410,000 annually.
How many people are we gonna help?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I will refer that question to Ms. Mills and how we've estimated that.
Through the mayor, we're expecting between 1,200 and 1,500 applicants for that program.
Along the lines of what Councillor Hawkins had to say, can I assume then that on the folks that are just above the income cutoff threshold that we would disaffect them? About 1,200 to 1,500 folks we would add to their bill by 0.5% of their utility rate?
Through the mayor, that is correct. The actual cost will be borne by everybody, so even those that are helping will also see the increase on utility.
I apologize, Ms. Mills, I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry. So the rate increase will be effective for all utility customers, so effectively even those on the program will also be paying for the rate increase.
Sorry,
Dana, that's the question.
Holy cow.
So
One more time?
Yeah. So through you, Mayor Masters, that program of 410,000 would be funded through a 0.5% increase to utility rates. That would impact all utility account holders, including those in the program.
And the charge is what per month again?
Sorry.
I think there was an estimation as to what it would cost for a household for
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
So those that, so the benefit, I think is what you're asking, Mayor Masters. What's the benefit?
Nope, what's
Sorry.
the cost?
Oh, sorry. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Mills for that number.
Through the mayor, so the cost for the average household is 64 cents a month for the rebate program.
Okay, now I understand. And so we're charging it to the folks that we're giving $20 back to. We're actually giving $20 but taking 64 cents, correct? But in terms of the people that are just above the threshold, we're just charging them more money.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. It'd be the 0.5% with no rebate.
Okay, well, I'm with Councillor Hawkins on this one. But I do want to say that I suspect it's going to pass based upon some of the comments here. And it's unfortunate that it's a bit of an omnibus bill because I think there's probably a couple programs that are minimal cost, minimal effort, frankly, that would do good things, including the energy retrofit. I actually am. We get 150 of senior folks that have lower consumption. I think that'd be fantastic. But I'm going to challenge administration when you come back to ask for additional people, which is factored into these numbers, correct? Or is this in addition to?
So through you, Mayor Masters, as part of the budget process, we do believe we'd need 2 additional FTE, and that would be part of the, so it would be an additional ask as part of the budget process, yes.
So the mill rate increase, essentially, based upon the numbers we saw at executive last week, you're going to ask for a mill rate increase at point whatever for additional FTEs to do this program as well. I'm going to suggest that you get creative, because we have oodles of community-based organizations out there who deal with individuals in the low-income bracket who are probably much better trained, much better served. No disrespect to anybody here, it's what the world they live in. That they would probably love that additional funding stream on a permanent basis or on a per application basis. It would just be a little bit of a bonus in terms of what they do when they're filling out all the other applications. They would fill out the cities and get a bonus from the city. Additional funding for CBOs, I think, couldn't be a bad thing. In any event. Councillor Zakidniak, you want to close off debate?
Yes. Okay. So that was an interesting discussion. I do plan on supporting this. I do appreciate all the questions, and I think that the fact that we will be reevaluating this in a year will give us the chance to see how well this worked. As mentioned, there's several changes being proposed here. I, for one, am happy to pay extra costs to help out low-income seniors and also our community members living with disabilities. And so I look forward to seeing the report in a year from now to see how these programs worked and to evaluate our next steps in relation to this program. I think it's a low-risk way to help the vulnerable folks in our community, and I hope for your support as well.
Thanks very much. City Clerk, please call the vote. Councillor Hawkins, yes, we can.
Thank you.
City Clerk, could you please, for the recommendations before us, Oh gosh, I think I lost my place. We'll vote on item recommendation number 1, which is authorize the city manager or designate to implement the low-income municipal property tax deferral program for senior citizens or people living with disabilities without interest as described in Appendix A. Please call that vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor with regards to item number 1 only.
Recommendations 2 through 12, 2 through 12. You call the vote, City Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-2 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and Mole. And the following voting against is Councillor Hawkins and Mayor Masters.
Thanks very much. I will call upon Councillor Dan LeBlanc to read Notice of Motion MN 22-4 to LGBTQIAP+ communities in Regina. Councillor LeBlanc will introduce MN 22-4 and only read out the therefore statements for the record. All questions and discussions are held until June 15th. Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Therefore, be it resolved that administration prepare a report for Executive Committee in Q2 of 2023, which explores and makes recommendations regarding 1. Concrete steps, funding, programs, and approaches which the City of Regina can implement to improve the lived experience of Two-Spirit and Indigiqueer, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and pansexual people based on research and a jurisdictional scan of other cities. 2. The inclusion of 2S LGBTQIAP+ advisory committee and or a dedicated community consultant within the community well-being and inclusion branch to inform future decisions and programs. 3. The inclusion of a gender-based analysis that includes meaningful inclusion of 2S LGBTQIAP+ realities in all reports and matters coming before City Council or committees of council, in the same way that such reports currently identify potential environmental impacts. 4. Related to the city as employer, including 2S LGBTQIAP+ people under all employee equity policies. B. Streamline name change process respecting employee identification, email addresses, etc. for all city staff. C. Provision of all gender change rooms and washrooms. D. develop expansive education for all leadership and frontline staff. E, analysis regarding how the part-time nature of city councilor positions dissuades 2S LGBTQIAP+ people and other marginalized people from seeking those positions. Recommendations flowing from this analysis. 5, respecting the City of Regina as a service provider, including 2S LGBTQIAP+ needs such as all gender changing rooms and trans affirming changing room policies in all facility upgrades and developments. B, including 2S LGBTQIAP+ specific space/programming such as all body swimming or gym time, all gender youth sports, etc. C, create priority facility booking and or permit process for 2S LGBTQIAP+ community events. And D, an analysis of the city's existing, quote, family programming, including exploration of whether the implied meaning of family includes family as commonly understood among 2S LGBTQIAP+ people. And 6, the City of Regina as a funder, create 2S LGBTQIAP+ funding streams, this funding to include intergenerational programming and serving these people at all stages of life. B, target funding for 2S LGBTQIAP+ within ethno-racial communities. And C, require as a condition of all funding that the applicant recipient provide services which are available and inclusive of 2S LGBTQIAP+ people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Bylaws and related matters. We'll consider 2022-17, 2022-34. I will now turn it over to Deputy Mayor Zakiniak to do the first reading for the bylaws.
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaws 2022-17 and 2022-34 be introduced and read a first time.
Thanks. Clerk, please start the vote. Sorry.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the first reading of the bylaw carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that bylaws 2022-17 and 2022-34 be read a second time.
Thank you. Any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, second reading of the bylaw carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thanks to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can you please do the consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2022-17 and 2022-34 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thanks very much. Clerk, can you start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading carries unanimously as required by law.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Zakiniak. Can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that bylaws 2022-17 and 2022-34 be read a third time.
Excellent. Clerks, please call the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, third reading carries unanimously.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Moves adjournment. Who would like to second that? Councillor Stanachuk, you're up second. Any opposed? You want to hang out some more? No? Okay, thanks. Adjourned. Thanks, Council, for sticking out the extra hour. I appreciate it.